Okay, so it looks like we got Commissioner Baker, Hill, Allender, Sadowski, Rojas, Beasley. Looks like we're missing two here, or one, Commissioner Enders. But I think we got enough. Joe, are you ready on your side?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go ahead and get started with the meeting then. So welcome everybody to the June 7th, 2022 City Planning Commission meeting. It's great to see everybody here today as we roll into our summer, and thank you for joining us. The City Planning Commissioners understand that every project is important and they're also unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all projects individually with the attention that they need to build consensus between the applicant, the public, and city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief, yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual, we have time limits in place for the cases that we hear. The time limits are 5 minutes for staff presentations, plus any questions by the commissioners. 20 minutes for the applicant presentation, again with questions after that. So then once we move to public comment, please limit comments to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing community associations or larger groups. Again, the goal is to hear all the public's concerns by being brief and trying to limit the amount of repetition. So I want to continue to reminding everybody that the city is updating the comprehensive plan titled the KC Spirit Playbook. We're motoring through this thing, and several topics are available. I really invite you to check it out and provide comments on the plan. You can do that by going to the website playbook.kcmo.gov. So as we get started here in our meeting, I want to provide some ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Joe, if you don't mind going through some of those ground rules, I'd sure appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The basic ground rules are that of all the participants in this meeting on Zoom, you're broken into two groups, panelists and attendees. If you are a panelist, which right now consists only of commissioners and city staff, you have the ability to turn on your video and share that video with everyone, as well as turning on your audio or muting yourself. If you're an attendee, you don't have those abilities. So when a case is called, if you're a participant in the attendee list and you're the applicant, go ahead and use the raised hand feature in Zoom, and that notifies me and my staff that we need to promote you to a panelist position so that you can share your audio and video with the commission. We will, when we promote you over, and you have to accept that promotion, and once you accept the promotion, it may appear you're being temporarily kicked out of the meeting, but don't worry, you'll rejoin us as a panelist. If you're an attendee who's not an applicant but wishes to speak during public testimony, please go ahead and raise your hand once the planner starts their presentation, and that way we will know to promote you over to a panelist when the chair opens the public hearing. The last thing to note is that the chat feature is available to everyone. However, it is not intended to be used for providing discussion or testimony on the merits of any project. It is only intended to be used to ask for technical assistance if you need it, or questions about where we are at on the agenda. And that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. And please note, everybody, I'll try to keep everybody updated as to where we are on our agenda through the chat feature, so you can see where we are. If your case is a little ways away, you can do something else, come back and check, or however that works out. So we'll be sure not to pass you up. So with that, as we start our meeting, I'd like to start it off by going into, let's see, I need a little help here, Joe. I want to go to a closed session real quick with the commissioners and our attorney, Ms. Baxter.
Commissioner Enders is in the attendees. He needs to get promoted. for some reason.
Okay,
Done.
okay. So again, I'd like to go into a closed session to discuss legal matters and get some legal advice pursuant to section 610-021, 1 RSMO. So Lisa, can you take a motion to go into closed session first?
I think you have to have a second.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
a motion and a second, and then a roll call vote for that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I made that motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Mhm. Commissioner Allender, gotcha. Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski. And did you guys get the link yesterday for a closed session?
I believe so.
Okay.
Hopefully,
So everyone needs to jump off of here and join that.
Wait,
And then Lisa, you'll need to make me and Genevieve not hosts so that we can leave this meeting without shutting it down.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll have to have a look. Can people hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can
you
hear
can
you.
just leave the meeting, Bruce, and join the other link.
Okay, great.
And Lisa, I think let's have Nicole go in. Can you send her a link too? Because I think she'll need to join as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's gonna be all the same crap.
No.
Commissioner Rojas?
Okay, just checking, make sure we get everybody back. Commissioner Baker, Hill, Allender. Sarah's back, Joe's back. So we're looking for Beasley, Hill, and there's Hill. Beasley's there, and looking for Rojas. Sadowski. Okay. Commissioner Rojas. I think there's only one missing now. Okay, I'm sure he can join us here as we get going again. Thank you everybody for the closed session. So I need a motion. So I make the motion, we go back to our regularly scheduled City Planning Commission meeting.
Second.
Second.
So there's a motion in a second to reconvene our planning commission meeting. Lisa, can you take roll call on that, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas. Guess he's okay. And Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes 7-0 to reconvene our meeting. So with that, so Joe, let's go ahead and start with our consent agenda items beginning. Let's see, we don't have any that will be continued that I can see. So let's start with docket item C1, please.
D1 is case number CPC 2022-00066. A request to approve a final plan in District MPD for Woodhaven First Plat located at 3201 Northwest 100th Street. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C2, case number CPC 2022-00069.
Hey, Joe,
Request your,
just wanted to open docket item C1.
okay.
Okay, so we've got docket item C1. And is there any questions from the commissioners to city staff regarding docket item C1? And I can start with that. So this particular case has been approved by ordinance to have several infrastructure deviations attached to it that include soil modification of fill material, sidewalks only on one side of the street, storm sewer structure details, flowable fill requirement, and street tree deviation. In my opinion, I mean, I don't have an issue with the project itself, but some of these deviations I can see as approved may have an effect on future projects. And so frankly, this project does not have my support. So I'm just putting that statement out there now.
I realize this is on consent agenda, but if the applicant is present, it might be helpful for us to hear
Sure.
from them about these deviations.
Yep. Is the applicant available for docket item C1?
Promoting Tyler Wysong.
You guys hear me?
Yes. Good morning. I think a question kind of came up regarding the necessity of these deviations. And so if you can kind of go through those a little bit, that'd be great.
Yeah, and I can speak from it a little bit. I wasn't completely involved with the whole process, but I know part of the deviations were to look at potential ways to create a development of this size and housing of this size, but also reduce some of the requirements needed by a development like this. So I know we went back and forth with, I think there was 9 original deviations, if I recall. Most of them were reduced down to the 5 that were approved. And the 5 that were approved were mostly, I think the biggest changes, honestly, from what are typically approved were the sidewalks on one side of the street and the street trees. The rest were more clarifications, and really the rest follow pretty typical with what staff and public works likes to see. So the street trees and the sidewalks on one side of the street were really the biggest deviations that were approved out of that.
So question, did the city essentially put a restriction on requesting sidewalks in the future in the ordinance? Do you know?
Well, a part of the MPD zoning that was approved through here is that it was a specific case for this zoning. So with MPD, it's flexible zoning, so that somebody else that tried to do this would have to go through the same process and allow 2 residential uses. So we have the single family residential use, and then also multifamily duplexes on the future phase.
And I know that, but I guess the question is in the ordinance, I know from watching city council that there was discussion about potentially.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, they did add a provision due to granting of the waiver of the sidewalks on both sides. They added a provision prohibiting the subdivision from receiving city funds to build the sidewalk not currently being built for a period of 50 years from the date of approval of the ordinance.
Okay. They did something.
I wondered if the applicant can speak to, my question would be, we see a lot of projects like this all the time. And so I'm very curious why this particular project feels that there's a hardship in terms of providing sidewalks or street trees. Is there something that we're missing here that makes this project unique, and why it can't provide that level of amenity that we see in so many other projects in this area?
Yeah, I mean, just from a site standpoint, sidewalks on both sides of the street is obviously a good amount of cost to the project, and with providing over 500 units or 450 units, it was a way to, and due to the site too, it has a lot of terrain change. So there's gonna be quite a bit of grading involved and a lot of costs with site development. So it's ways to try to balance the site development costs along with the development of the homes and the lots themselves, to try to balance some of that in order to make sense to provide a product that is also not, it's also affordable and for the area. So a little bit is a balance of the developers pro forma to try to understand how to make this development work. And so that was part of the process of looking at this.
And can you speak to the second part of that, which is the street trees? Are you preserving any existing trees on the site?
Yeah, so Tract P is approximately 14 acres. That's all native and existing around the existing stream. That's all going to be placed within a tract that's going to be preserved and remain on the site. And then there's also some trees on the existing creek on the north side. Likely our grading limits are not going to touch any of the trees within that. It's not in the same tract, but the plan is to preserve that area as part of our BMP analysis to allow that site sustainability.
Tyler, a follow up on the sidewalks. If I remember correctly, because I remember this case very well, you were only saving about $600 per lot on sidewalks, if I'm not mistaken, which seems like a deal to me. But could you confirm that?
I actually wasn't on those previous meetings. Matt Kist in our office was, so I don't know that I can speak to that exactly. I don't know if Joe or somebody else can speak to that, but I wasn't present at those meetings.
Pretty sure I took a screenshot, so I think it was about 680 and like change.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, so let's go ahead and open this project up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item C1, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then on this. Anything else to discuss on this particular docket item, commission? Please state so now. Otherwise, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I'll go ahead and move to approve doc item C1 with conditions.
I don't like the project in the deviations, but given kind of the process that this has gone through, I'll second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item C1. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender,
No.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
No.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas.
No.
You know what? I forgot Hill.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hill.
No.
And Rojas, you said no as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I said
And
no.
Podolsky.
No.
Okay, so the motion fails. So it'll go forward as a decline, as a non-approval of this docket item C1. So thank you for that. And Joe, let's move on then to the rest of the consent agenda items, please.
Next one is docket items.
Joe, I'm sorry. Can I just make a quick comment, general
Sure.
comment, which is, there's been a comment expressed by other commissioners about having more communication between the planning commission and the city council on issues like this, particularly where we're calling for deviations that don't really have any sort of hardship standing that we can identify. So just something for us to consider at a future date is how we can put together a meeting between either our chair and vice chair or our entire commission with the city council to have those kinds of discussions so that we don't continue to see this in our projects.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll bring that up with Director Williams. Okay, thank you.
Okay, docket item C2 is case number CPC 2022-00069. Request to approve a project plan for Bristol South to allow construction of commercial buildings at 10899 North Summit. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C3, case number CPC 2022-00076. Request to approve a project plan for Whataburger at Valley View located at 8607 Northeast 85th Street. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C4, case number final plat 2022-00020, a request to approve a final plat to create 10 lots known as Rosewood Reserve at 10701 Northeast Ranking Road. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. And docket item C5, case number final plat 2022-00022, the request to approve a final plat for Ashton Farms, which is located on the south side of East US 40 Highway, about 1,500 feet west of Lee Summit Road. And on that one, staff is also recommending approval with conditions. And that concludes the consent docket.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C2, C3, or C4, or C5? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for the public. If there's anybody from the public out there that would like to speak regarding docket items C2, C3, C4, or C5, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So at this time, I'll go ahead and take a motion then from the commission.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket items C2, C3, C4, and C5 with conditions as stated in the docket.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of those 4 docket items. Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Hotz,
Lisa, I can't hear you very well.
Rojas
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we got a approval of those docket items C2 through C5. Joe, let's go ahead. It looks like I got a comment in the chat about the audio is rebroadcasting over itself. I'm not sure what that means or what's going on.
I'll just have to ask one of my staff to try to troubleshoot with that individual.
Okay, thank you. So let's
Unless
go ahead.
everyone else is noticing it. But
Okay. So with that, let's look at our regular docket and start with those cases that will be continued to a future date.
There's 4 continuances on the agenda, and those are all correct. The first one is docket item 6, case number CPC 2022-00048. This is a request to approve an amendment to the Main Street Overlay District in order to address drive-through restaurants. The overlay is about 115 acres located along Main Street between 27th on the north and Cleaver Boulevard on the south. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to June 21st without fee. You want me to read the other continuances, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Docket item 13, case number CPC 2022-00065. The request to approve a rezoning from District R 0.5 to District B2-2 to allow for a restaurant to be reestablished on the subject property, which is located at 707 West 47th Street. Staff is recommending continuance without fee to July 19th. Docket item 14, case number SGP 2022-00007. This is a request to approve a special use permit for temporary land preparation in District R 7.5 on about 106 acres located at 9500 East 47th Street. Staff is recommending continuance without fee to June 21st. And docket item 15, case number CPC 2022-00060. Request to approve a development plan on about 1 acre located on the east and west sides of Holly Street, south of 21st Street, to create 8 residential lots known as Holly Place. Staff is recommending continuance without fee to June 21st.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission regarding continuance of docket items 6, 13, 14, and 15? Okay, seeing none. If there's anybody from the public that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket items 6, 13, 14, or 15, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion for continuance of those cases, please.
Move to continue docket item 6, 13, 14, and 15 as stated on the docket.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for continuance of docket items 6, 13, 14, and 15 to the date stated on the agenda. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Okay,
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
What about Sadowski?
She put in the chat that she was stepping. Oh, you're back. Okay, it's Commissioner Sadowski.
Aye.
I didn't see you at first.
Okay, so looks like those cases are going to be continued to the date stated in the agenda. With that, let's go ahead and start with our regular docket item 1, and I need to recuse myself from this case. So Commissioner Hill, it's all yours.
Thank you. All right, Joe, you will read the docket.
Yeah, docket item 1.1 is case number CPC 2022-00051. This is a request to rezone property about 60 acres located at 5100 Northwest 108th Street from AGR, Agricultural Residential, to R7.5, which is a residential zone, to allow the development known as Tiffany Meadows. Docket item 1.2, case number CPC 2022-00050. This is a request to approve a development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat at the same location to create the Tiffany Meadows residential subdivision. Andrew Clark is our staff planner.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hill and fellow commissioners. I will share my screen here. Okay, as Joe mentioned, I'm presenting docket items 1.1 and 1.2. Case 51 is a rezoning from AGR to R-7.5. And then case 50 is the residential development plan with a preliminary plat. This proposed project is in the northwest quadrant of the city. It is just east of I-29 and the airport and south of 435. As you can see here, it is highlighted in yellow. It is surrounded by a variety of zoning districts. As you can see here, there's a large amount of the AG-R zoning district, which is agricultural residential. There's also R80 in this area. To the south is MPD zoning, master plan development, and that was approved for the Tiffany Greens project on the south side of 108th. And then also closer to the highway, you see more manufacturing and industrial uses. So there is quite a variety of zoning districts in this quadrant. In my staff report, I stated that this site is undeveloped. And here is a view looking north from 108th Street. Again, looking west on 108th, looking east, and finally looking south. Just a few points I want to reinforce is this is again a rezoning from AGR to R-7.5. The AG-R zoning only would allow one home with that zoning, so that's why the zoning is required. Also, this is about 60 acres, undeveloped land. The applicant is proposing 251 detached homes. They are maintaining the residential low density that the KCI area plan calls out for. And if you want to take notes, it's also in the staff report. It's a density of 4.22 units per acre. Due to the shape of the parcel, I had to position the site plan with north leaning to the right. So on your left side of the screen is 108th Street. And the site plan, my cursor, if you can see, they are complying with code of providing a street connection to Northwest 109th Terrace. And the applicant is also proposing a future connection on the east side of their project, as well as a future connection to the north. And this slide really helps paint the picture of future connections. The applicant also made sure that the entrance to this proposed development is lined up with the proposed Tiffany Greens development to the south. That was an important feature, not just from a planning perspective, but also from public works for traffic safety. Here are some of the proposed elevations for this project. This applicant is also seeking many deviations As I stated earlier, the current zoning is the agricultural residential. So the applicant had to rezone to a zoning district to allow development on this site. They did stick with the R75 zoning district. And the reason why is the R75 correlates to the controlling area plan of single family homes, which we did that text amendment. We call it detached homes now. So the R75 only permits the detached homes, but this applicant, to lower the price point for these homes and to fit more lots on this property, 60 acres, they are seeking deviations to the lot area. So an R-7.5 requires 7,500 square foot lots. The average size of these lots will be 5,000 square feet in area. So they are seeking a deviation from council on the lot area. Also, by having more homes and providing a lower price point, they will need deviations to the front and rear setbacks that are required within the R-75 zoning district. But the reason why they stuck with the R-75 zoning district was to continue to comply with the area plan. And if let's say this project was approved, but the developer never came in to build the homes, if you approve this rezoning to an R5, a zoning district where they won't need the deviations, and let's say homes were never built, someone else could buy the land and then put in attached, townhouses or duplexes, which the area plan, the residents that participated, they want to maintain detached homes in this area. So this zoning district allows for the area plan to stay in compliance. Staff does recommend on the rezoning approval without conditions, and on the residential development plan and preliminary plat, staff does recommend approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners to staff?
Are there sidewalks on both sides of the street?
Yes, so this developer is
Okay.
not seeking any deviations related to the standards when it comes to public infrastructure. They are only seeking lot and building standards. And I do have a condition that every time they come in with a final plat for each phase of this project, they will be required to have a project plan to make sure that they're complying with, of course, the sidewalks, but most importantly, street trees and the other amenities that every neighborhood should have.
Thank you.
Andrew, I don't know whether this is a question for the applicant or not, but I'll ask you the question. Did you discuss stormwater management, green infrastructure as a part of this development? It looks like it could, instead of detention ponds, other types of green infrastructure. Was that discussed as a part of the submission?
It's always discussed, and actually there would have been more leeway on the lot and building standards if the applicant chose to do a conservation plan. But that would also involve not disturbing as much earth. They chose to not go that route. We do have an option that you would like to see, Mr. Allender. But the applicant has decided to stick with detention tracks, and they are still working with KC Water on complying with the stream buffer requirements and detention tracks. So those conversations have to be settled before this goes to council for approval. And you are more than welcome to provide any conditions related to green solutions.
Right.
And Steve Warger is here to also answer any questions related to that.
Right. I'll ask the applicant about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, Joe, has the applicant,
Yeah, Steve Warger has been,
there,
is available. I believe he's the applicant on this case.
Welcome, Steve.
Well, hello. Good morning. My name is Steve Werger, 6127 North Pine Ridge Circle, Park, Missouri. Joe, I believe Russ Grishans and Brian Colvin are probably your hand raised. Those are the two developers. I don't know if they're there or not, but if you could get them on for this. We've gone through going through with the staff on the water. There is a stream on the on the westerly side, about the north half. We're maintaining, obviously, for the stream buffer, we're maintaining trees. We're thinking dog park. We are going to do the normal dry detention facility because of the volume of water that we have to control, and probably put some other amenities in that area. But we preserved a pretty large area in there. And if you look at the different parts of the development, there are some larger areas where we preserve natural trees and natural areas. We'll be putting smaller facilities in those based on the need per code requirements. And also in the southwest quadrant, we've worked real hard with the couple of people that live right there at the corner, which they have drainage problems. And when this was first developed in the neighboring property that Tiffany Lakes was developed back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there wasn't any extended to the property line for us to get to. So we're doing the detention to try and keep that reduced for them as far as being good neighbors and taking care of that. Other conditions, we're in agreement with the conditions. There is a condition that the water line transmission be extended from the west, which is at the entrance to Tiffany's, to the east to our property and across that. We're working with the property to the south. It's taken 2 or 3 weeks to get response from them, but we're in conversation with them to get easements to allow that water main to be extended in that area. And I believe with that, that's the technical stuff. We've obviously 108th Street, we'll work with the city on the proposed profile so we make sure that is correct for the future arterial street and sewer. All the other facilities are there. I think Russ Grishans wants to address the buildings itself and how we're doing that.
Thank you.
And we'll be happy to answer any questions at any time.
You have someone else that's presenting. Did you say Russ?
Yeah, Russ, you need to unmute, Russ.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I got us unmuted now. I'm Russ Grosans, and our business address is 10502 North Ambassador Drive, Kansas City, Missouri. And right up there in the area at 108th and Skyview, where this project is proposed. And I just want to say that, I've done a lot of development around the community, and we feel very responsible developers. We've reached out to the adjoining residents, 2 separate meetings, and met with them and understand the concerns of the pre-existing stormwater conditions they're dealing with. And we feel like our project will help to mitigate some of that. Steve's been working very carefully with them. We've actually met with the individual homeowners, walked their lots, and understand their concerns. We made adjustments to our detention areas to help improve their situation. And to Steve's point regarding the project itself, we want this to be a very user-friendly community where it promotes a lot of pedestrian traffic. We're planning, we've got a swimming pool, clubhouse type thing, and we have proposed pickleball courts and a little pocket park back in there. We really think it is going to be an enhancement to the area, and we are trying to help the city solve the solution of more affordable housing. As you all know, today there's no such thing as affordable housing, but in keeping with a single family residence, we feel like offering product that is very quality construction, but just lesser lot lines and 2-car garages, we think will help us solve some of that and help us come in at a more affordable price point.
Thank you, Russ. Are there any questions from commissioners for the applicants? calendar?
Yes, just consideration, I understand some of the detention ponds. Did you actually have a look at other green infrastructure from a livability perspective and so forth, apart from just putting detention ponds in? What was the reasoning behind just detention ponds versus looking at other green infrastructure?
Mostly for to just lend itself more because of the large stream up there and control that for the neighbors, and also the spreading it out, trying to make this a more affordable area. We concentrated our improvements into larger tracks rather than spreading them out in between. And I'm not sure that I could do a whole lot other than maybe some underground stuff that would be awful expensive and take up a lot of the area in there and not make this as affordable of tract as we're trying to lean towards, to be truthful with you. But we opened up a lot of green space more than you normally would. It's just that we're just using the dry detention, but I think we're opening up a lot of space within the development in the areas. And I talked about it near the stream.
Did you look at things like constructed wetlands and do the analysis of that versus detention ponds? Just wondering how deep you went into having a look at other green infrastructure solutions.
You kind of broke up there because I've been having tough conditions that's going on, but I think
Yeah,
you're talking about like wetlands, wetland, or doing some other things like that, and some still potentially some opportunities to that we'll look at with what we've got laid in there. We may be able to do some stuff more in this, like a more or less a pre-treatment or something like that, and be able to take up some of that volume before we get it to the detention basin. And that's something we could look like a 4-bay or something that would be in there. And we'll take a look at that because that stream up there actually is pretty flat and wide. So that may give us some opportunities to maybe promote that a little more. We'll take a look at
that. I would like to put a condition for at least to look at it. So it's, before it comes back on a final plat, we don't approve a plat and we just can't approve anything, or you don't decide to do anything around green infrastructure. So I'd like to put a condition in that you at least look at that and give us an analysis coming back on the final plat.
Okay. We'll look at it at the final plat stage and we'll see it again. So we'll be back. Okay. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions for commissioners, to the applicants?
I had a question. I was curious if you had considered doing any other sort of development in this area, like duplexes, townhomes, any of those kind of other, what would be considered the missing middle building types had been considered on the site?
Quite honestly, we get so much resistance even when we try to go to a higher density like this project is. And the bottom line is we scream on one hand that we want affordable housing, but if it's not already zoned or entitled, area residents fight us tooth and nail. And obviously, from a development standpoint, when you're making a pro forma work, the more doors you put in, the better your pro forma works. And so we really feel like we're probably pushing the outer limits by just getting through what we have now, on this particular tract, since we're going from ag to 7.5 and then asking for the exceptions, and trying to get that. And I do think that, speaking with the realtors, like I manage Tiffany Greens and Staley Farms and a bunch of other communities in the Northland. I'm a development partner with Don Julian. As I mentioned, we do a lot throughout the Northland. And I hear from all my realtors, especially the one that had been in Tiffany Greens for all the years, that there's a high demand for this particular product because it hits a lot of demographics. It hits the double income people who are young and they have pets and so they don't want to live in the apartments. It hits people my age because they want lock and leave product because they travel a lot and it's near the airport, but they still want that single family thing where they can tend to their yard and have privacy. And so that's why we feel like this product is uniquely suited for this tract of land.
And they're all by owner, correct? Because you platted them as separate.
Yeah. One thing I should have spoken to is we intend to not only develop, but to do all the building. I own 2 different building companies, and we intend to build all this out to maintain the integrity of the community. I want it to have a really upscale look, you know, great streetscape, lots of landscaping and things like that.
Well, that sounds great. I mean, even just looking at the plan, I really appreciate the way it's laid out. The grid is very logical, and you have a lot of complete streets versus cul-de-sacs. The lots are really efficiently laid out. So support the project. Think it's a great project. Would love to see some missing middle housing and developments like these, but I understand that is a challenge. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, are there any other questions? Right, hearing none, we'll move to public testimony. If there's-
Oh, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Vice Chair. I just wanted to confirm Commissioner Allender's condition. And
Yeah, I wanted to come back to that, Andrew,
Okay.
after public comment when we have a chance to talk amongst the commission. So I won't lose it. If there's anyone who would like to give public comments or testimony on docket item 1.1 or 1.2, please raise your hand so you can be recognized by staff, and then they'll promote you. Joseph, is there anyone with their hand raised? You're on mute.
Oh, no one is raising their hand.
All right, seeing none, we'll close public testimony and then open it back up to the commissioners. So, and Andrew, please weigh in on this. Commissioner Allender wanted to add a condition, and I noticed in the plan conditions, there's a number like number 8, 18, 20, and 23 all speak to either stream buffers, sewers or draining. And so is there a way that we can expand on the language of any of those? Or do we need to create an all new together condition?
I was going to throw out this idea for the condition, depending, and see what Commissioner Allender and the other commissioners think, along also with the applicant here. And I will lean on Joe Rexwinkle for a little bit of knowledge of stepping out of the lines here, but conditioning a stormwater and green solutions feasibility memo with each final plat that is applied for. Something along those lines. I think that gives the applicant time, as the final plat will take a while to develop with the conditions they are still working with KC Water on.
That would work for me. I just want to make sure that they're looking at other green solutions as a part of the development.
So is the intent, Andrew and Commissioner Allender, that the applicant in that memo would lay out what they considered in terms of green solutions and what they're able to do versus what they are unable to do?
Yep.
Is that the goal? Okay.
Yep.
I think the condition should state that if the commission wants to recommend it.
All right, any discussion amongst?
And
Oh, sorry.
From the developer standpoint, if we can describe what we're doing and describe what we thought about doing or tried to do, and then came back to, as long as there's not a minimum or maximum criteria, I think that would be acceptable. And that's not what I understand. I think, or from that condition, is that there's, you have to do % of it in this or 40%, but if for some reason we only get 10 and one other one we might get 12 or whatever % difference, at least we're going towards what you want, and there's no real dictated number to that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think I can dictate a number today, but I just want people to have a look at it and see how we can do more green infrastructure versus detention ponds. And I think the memo would do that. Now, I know there's some economic considerations, but I think green infrastructure is becoming a lot more cost competitive as it's being developed across the country. So I just want people to start to have a look at it and present options versus just saying we're just going to do a detention pond. I think it's better for our community from a livability perspective and so forth. So that's what I would like to see as a part of the analysis.
Very good. Very good.
This is also a way for us to just educate ourselves for each project that does this kind of analysis. We can understand what are the barriers and how can we as a commission or as a city help overcome some of those barriers so that it's not a problem as we move forward.
Okay.
All right, fantastic. So Andrew, just so I can capture the language, is adding a green infrastructure feasibility memo for each final plat. Correct? Yeah.
That is correct.
All righty. All right, well, if there are not any more questions or discussion amongst the commissioners, we can take a motion on docket item 1.1 and docket item 1.2. Adding the condition and docket item 1.2 with the adding the green feasibility infrastructure memo. So that's to 1.2, not 1.1.
I move to approve 1.1 with conditions and 1.2 with conditions, including the memo for green infrastructure feasibility memo to be included.
I think 1.1 is without conditions.
Oh, sorry, without conditions for 1.1 and then 1.2 with conditions, including the memo for green infrastructure.
Second. Yeah.
All right, it's been moved in second. Lisa, will you take the roll? Or call the roll, sorry.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
All right, it's been unanimously approved. We wish you good luck. Seems like a really great project and we're excited to see the final plats come before us. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Obi, it's all yours.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, Joe, let's go ahead and go to docket item number 2, please.
All right, docket item 2 is case number SGP 2022-00006. Request to approve a special use permit to allow temporary modular classroom for Northland Christian School at 10500 North Arrowhead Trafficway. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you. Okay. As stated, docket item number 2 focuses on 10500 North Arrowhead Trafficway. The site is currently zoned R7.5, and we are discussing a special use permit to permit a temporary modular school building on the subject site. So the site is located in the northern portion of Kansas City, kind of towards the airport. This is a closer look of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow. You can see I-69 running north-south, Shoal Creek Parkway, west-east, and then an established neighborhood on the other side of 169. This is a screen capture from Google Street View looking at the school in question. I'm not quite sure why Google says that this is the different address, but this is the school in question. This is a close-up of the site plan provided by the applicant. You can see the existing building in the corner with the existing parking lot. They are looking to expand the buildings in the future, but that's not what we're here to discuss today. Just this square classroom that my mouse is hovering over. So there's approximately 4 classrooms, which can hold around 25 students each. This is a modular building. The school is growing. They need a place to put students. In the meantime, as they work on their future building expansion. This is an image provided by the applicant of what the modular classroom is going to look like. And then the approval criteria appears on the screen now. I'm going to go over a few of them. Item number B is this in the entrance of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the community. So we are proposing that there is a time limit for the special use permit for this modular building. These structures, are not intended to be permanent. We really want to see this limited to 5 years with a maximum of another 5 years if approved by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This will keep this use temporary in nature as they prepare for their building expansion. And then item number E will just have an adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. So the proposed building is on the subject site. All internal mobility is happening also within the site with a little sidewalk from the modular building to the school. Students' circulation is very important, so we see nothing extending onto adjacent sites. With that in mind, we recommend approval subject to conditions also identified in the conditions, corrections, and recommendations report attached to the staff report. This is geared up to go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment on June 28th, but I specifically want to note condition number 4 and 5 attached to the staff report. An outdoor lighting plan needs to be provided prior to the review of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And also condition number 5 from the Water Services Department needs to be resolved prior to review for the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And that concludes my presentation. I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
On both of those conditions, have they been discussed with the applicant?
They have.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from commissioners to the city staff? All right. Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Mr. Cassidy, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Cassidy, civil engineer with Renaissance Infrastructure Consulting, 5015 Northwest Canal Street, Suite 100, Riverside, Missouri. I don't have anything much else to add than what Anna said. We agree with all the conditions. I do want to bring up condition number 11. I would like to request to get that condition removed. Condition number 11 talks about having the water line on 107th Street constructed prior to, I believe, building occupancy for this modular classroom. There's an existing hydrant about 70 feet away from the existing school that we're planning on using that for our fire protection rather than tapping off of the new main off of 107th Street. And the school, I believe at this point does not know when they will construct 107th Street.
Okay. Is that being constructed as part of some road improvements, or do you know?
That's eventually going to be constructed as part of the parking expansion at the school, which is a separate project, and also the future main school building expansion. And that's also another future separate project.
Okay, so on the site plan that you have before us, then you're only doing this modular building and access to it and not that parking lot piece?
Correct.
So none of that stormwater would be built either?
Not on 107th Street.
Well, I'm talking about between your modular building and the new parking lot.
No, not with the modular building. It would be built during parking lot construction.
What's the timing for the future building?
They're still raising money, but I would guess construction within a year or two. And then they're getting geared up to start the parking lot expansion. They want to try to start building that this summer.
Okay, so now I'm confused. So the approval of this project is for the modular building and the parking lot, or just the modular building?
Just the modular building. The parking lot was previously applied for back in 2019 or 2020.
Okay, so that private drive and future parking piece that's shown on the site plan is going to be done later?
Yes.
Okay. Last question I have, will this modular building remain after the future building expansion, or are you going to remove this modular building from the site?
I'm not sure what their long-term plan is. I would bet it's going to stay there after the main building expansion, but beyond the 5 years, I don't think anybody knows.
Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners?
Just got one question. Have you discussed with the water department tapping into that fire hydrant connection that you just mentioned?
So yeah, we're having ongoing discussions with the water department. The hydrant itself is already live and active. So we should be able to use it, but we're currently in discussions with the water department on coming up with a permanent long-term plan.
Okay. Travis, it's probably a good time for you to weigh in on this.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Travis
Thank
Keith
you.
with KC Water. We have discussed this and we're fine with moving forward with the modular building, but that Main and 107th Street has to be constructed when 107th Street is constructed. So we would tie that to, prior to any other expansions out there. And I understood the applicant to say that 107th Street would be constructed when that parking lot was constructed. And if that's the case, then we would tie it to that. And so the condition could be modified to tie the water main extension along 107th Street to anything beyond that modular building.
Okay.
They do have a private hydrant out there on a private fire line, so.
Okay. Okay.
So Kobe, I have a question regarding the timeframes that Anna had mentioned on this modular building.
Yep.
From what the applicant said, it doesn't sound, it lines up with what our staff had said. Can we revisit that a minute?
You bet.
Anna, you want to tell us again what you have put in place for the modular building time-wise?
Excuse me, the condition states that the special use permit will be effective for 5 years. There is a possibility for them to request an extension for another 5 years, but then the modular building would have to be removed after 10 if they were granted that extension.
So Mr. Cassidy, so if we're looking at only 5 years for that modular building, how does that tie into the overall plan that your applicant has?
I think it works fine. If they need another 5 years, they will apply for that after the 5 years is done. But looking into 5 or 10 years in the future is kind of hard. But
I think part of what you had said was you thought they might just keep the modular building.
Well, they might
keep, so
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that you stress to them that our stipulation is it has to come down after the time periods that the staff has put on it.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll be sure to communicate that to them.
Mr. Beasley, I think the confusion was that if they start construction in a year and get it complete within a year and a half, that's still within the 5-year time frame. So I might stay for a year or two, but still hit that 5-year time frame, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it's just a timeline issue, right? And that the actual construction of the building might be faster than we were thinking. So that's my understanding of the situation.
My understanding is they're still in a fundraising mode too.
I have somewhat unrelated question, but kind of similar to the timeline question, which is, I'm not that familiar with these modular buildings. Are they held to the same level of building code standards that a permanent structure would be, or is there some deviations knowing that this is more of a temporary solution?
My understanding is that it's still held to international building code standards. Like we have a sealed structural calculations for the building tie down systems and the foundations that we have submitted in our building permit process that we started a little bit ago.
Okay, thank you. I know that with classrooms like this, there's an interest to keep it temporary, and then kids end up being in it for several years. And so you just want to make sure it's comfortable and safe and all of the things you need it to be for that time period.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because when they showed the picture, it didn't look like there was a foundation around it that met the ground. To me, it was more of a suspended type building since it didn't have a skirt around it. So thanks for that question.
Okay, any other questions from the commissioners to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, then let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Cassidy, regarding this project?
Nope.
We probably need to talk through the modification of 11 or number 11 and how that sounds to make sure everybody's on the same page with that.
Yeah, for number 11, if we can just clarify that the construction of the 107th Street water line is separate from the modular classroom building permit or special use permit, I think that would clear things up fine.
Okay, I'd kind of like to get to specific language here so we have it right as part of our approval process. Let's see. So Anna, do you have any suggestions?
I think Travis is the best one to modify it since it's his staff's condition.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess, Anna, correct me if I'm wrong, but that extension of 107th Street is part of their approved development plan condition of approval, correct? It's an ordinance condition, right?
For this
the
particular
extension
project,
of 107th Street.
I believe that that extension has already gone through an entitlement process.
Right.
The note is on the site plans associated with this case.
Okay, then if that is a requirement, then we can tie the water main extension that when they extend 107th Street, when 107th Street is constructed, that the water main extension must occur concurrently. And that the water main extension must be completed before certificate of approval for the parking lot.
Okay. Be approved. Okay, we got that, Anna. So it sounds like the water main extension to be constructed as part of 107th Street. The extension is to be complete and approved prior to certificate of or certification of the parking lot.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes they call it a certificate of occupancy, but for a parking lot, I think they refer to it as a certificate of approval or something of that nature.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, anything else? Okay, with that, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 2 I'm guessing with conditions, and then changing condition number 11 to be stated as Travis mentioned.
Okay,
Second.
so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2 with modification to condition number 11 to state the water main extension to be constructed as part of the 107th Street extension and be approved and complete prior to the certificate of approval of the parking lot. All right, so Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Yes, Commissioner Allender, Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, it looks like the motion has passed for approval of the project. Appreciate you bringing it in and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, looks like we're now to docket item number 3, please.
Okay, docket item 3.1 is case number CPC 2022-00046. Request to approve a rezoning from District R80 to District R7.5 for Villa Meadows, which is located at the terminus of East 89th Terrace and Westbridge Road. In docket item 3.2, case number CPC 2021-00247, request to approve an amendment to a previously approved preliminary plat at the same location to allow the creation of additional lots for Villa Meadows. Matthew Barnes is our staff planner, and you've previously heard this case, so you do have a required quorum of Allender, Baker, Beasley, Crowell, Hill, Rojas, and Sadowski.
Okay, good morning. Are you all able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Like Joe said, we are seeing case number 3, docket item 3, case number 2022-46, rezoning from R80 to R7.5, and case number 2021-247, revised preliminary plat. Like Joe said, we have already heard this, so I will kind of go quickly through the portions we have already heard. The site is located at, there we go, just south of Raytown, along near Blue Parkway. Zoomed in version of it, you can see here, as outlined in yellow, is surrounded by an existing golf course, and it has the existing Villa Meadows to the west there. This plan is vested with that first plat there. The second plat is what is before you today. This was what was originally approved. The developer does have the right to go and construct this since the plan is vested, but he is before you today because of the floodplain that is around the development, which you can see here. The developer is wanting to shift the development to the northwest, which will alleviate most of the proposed homes that were in the floodplain. This also includes a rezoning of about 2,100 square feet from which you can see outlined in blue. Again, this is the preliminary plat that was before you last time. It includes a emergency access road from Brickyard to the 89th Terrace. If you remember, the vehicular connection was removed due to the grading of the site. And that red line there is the trail that will have also pedestrian access to Brickyard Road. Since we spoke last, the developer has submitted this landscaping and water quality concept plan per the comments that they received during the last meeting. The developer can talk a little bit more on what this all includes, but it has additional trees and shrubbery, which are high water retainers, and they have provided multiple water quality and volume mitigation systems, which are in that corner there and in this basin here. Additionally, the neighborhood has contacted me to revise some of the conditions that they have requested. The first being that the developer places signs at the entrance to East 89th Terrace off of Westridge Road stating no construction traffic. And second, that the developer ensures that all construction traffic utilizes the 20-foot emergency access road from Brickyard Road to access the site until the end of construction as defined by when the last lot is sodded. Staff is supportive of these conditions being added, but they have not been yet. Staff recommendation for CD CPC 2022-00046 is approval for the rezoning, and 3.2 CD CPC 2021-00247 is approval with conditions for the revised preliminary plat. And we'll take any questions you guys have.
Matt, have those two conditions been talked to the applicant? They presented to him?
The two conditions were on our last presentation. I was contacted over the weekend, I believe, for the second one to be revised to as defined by when the last lot is sodded. I don't believe the developer has seen that.
Okay.
I'm unaware if the neighborhood has contacted about that either with the developer.
Man, I've just got a question. Was there any changes to the stormwater detention? What was, or we can get the applicant to talk to it if you want, but I was just curious because that was the discussion at the last.
The developer is probably more knowledgeable on these changes. They have provided, these were new additions, these water quality and or volume mitigation systems. So to the basins that they have provided with addition of the shrubbery and trees, but they can probably talk a little bit better on their proposed changes.
I'm just trying to understand. I think last time we looked at that, it had a, and I think you showed it at the beginning, Matt, was that very clear indication of where the lots were relative to that floodplain. Is that plan, do you have a plan which shows these revised lot locations relative to the floodplain?
Yeah, I do not believe they revised any lot lines since we've last spoken. This dashed line here is that floodplain zone, but it is to be removed from the 1% floodplain. And that's the same as what we saw last time. This is the other plan that we saw. It's that area right there. So these lots will still, they have that retaining wall that they're proposing.
I gotcha. Okay.
Any other questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant back. The applicant's available.
He is here. He might need to be promoted. It's Don Hathaway. I don't see him on as an attendee or a panelist.
And can you stop sharing your screen real quick?
Promoted Don.
Okay. All right. So Don, as you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record. You available, Mr. Hathaway?
Okay, I'm unmuted now.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, anything you'd like to add to, for the project?
Yes, the 100-year floodplain mitigation, that hasn't changed. It's the area that we modified following staff review of the original preliminary plat. We will be conducting a FEMA letter of map amendment to remove those portions of those lots from the floodplain. As I recall, there was also a request from a planning commissioner to increase the flood elevation protection to the 500-year flood, and we are prepared to do that with the homes in that area. The other question had to do with the water quality benefits that we've added to the detention basins. First of all, the detention basin is a requirement that is required of the city, that we discharge no more water off the property than previously was discharged in its natural condition. So those basins are positioned to catch the developed water off of the rooftops and streets and discharge them at a rate on the 1% and 100-year levels that are no greater than what was there before. The addition, what we showed was the water quality improvements in the bottom of the basins, and those are typically a volume control and filtration device that cleans the water over a long period of time and discharges that detained volume of water to meet the city's criteria as well. Those aren't required on all projects, and the benefit here is we're in a position with the floodplain and the groundwater. As you can see on the picture, there's a pond right next to us where there's a relatively high water table. Houses and streets are being built up to produce a stable condition for their construction. In the bottom of those basins, we show a seed mix to go in. I can't say it's going to be a wetland mix because the hydric condition in the deep summertime is really not guaranteed, but it may maintain itself there given the high level of groundwater in that area. But at any rate, that does dissipate a lot of water through vegetated use of the water and the filtration through the ground. The trees and shrubs that we've added, you'll notice there's existing trees in the area, also golf course and a large treed hillside behind these homes. So there is a substantial amount of open space with this overall development. But we wanted to add some of the trees that are being removed to be replaced, in addition to what's required by the city code for the street tree requirement. Those trees being white oaks and native dogwoods and redwoods are going to blend in well with the natural vegetation in the area. And they do tend to create both shade conditions, which is good for heat dissipation, and they do drink a lot of water. So they'll be adding to a water quality effect for the project. Any other questions for myself or Mr. Vance on what we've proposed?
No, I just want to make a comment. I appreciate you looking at the detention basins and putting in water quality controls and improving that. So I appreciate you going back and looking at what you could do there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony then. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 3.1 and 3.2, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to promote Jim Martin.
Okay.
And that is the only person that's raised their hand.
All right. Hi, good morning, Mr. Martin. As you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
James Martin, 12,001 East 89th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm a director and officer of Villa Meadows Homeowner Association. Thank you, Matt Barnes, for helping us out. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
There's more comments like that. I'll take more. No, there's no one else, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Hathaway?
No, we really appreciate the Planning Commission supporting this. It's been a very difficult design project to get figured out, both with the floodplain, revising the layout of the subdivision, the length of the cul-de-sac, a lot of factors to play into the considerations here. And we really appreciate the city working with us and staff on what we've come up with. It's an existing development. There's a golf course there. This is going to complete and provide some really nice home lots for people in that area to enjoy the golf course and finish this out so that it looks like a complete community. We really appreciate city's involvement in it.
Yeah. And by the way, are you okay with the two conditions that Matt wants to add to the project?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. So with that, I'll go ahead and close all testimony and just speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I will take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket 3.1 without conditions and docket 3.2 with conditions, as with the conditions changed as stated in the presentation.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion for approval of docket item 3.1 with 0 conditions and 3.2 with conditions stated, and as well as adding the 2 conditions Matt's presented previously. So Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
I'd like to thank the applicant for working with us. Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
He's part of this case.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry about that. Hill.
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Aye. And I thank you for working with us. I think this is a case where this flooding mitigation is really going to benefit this community in the long term. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Okay. Looks like the motion passes 7-0. We appreciate you working with us and taking this on. Good luck as you move forward.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, so we're ready for docket item number 4, and I have a suspicion it's going to go a few minutes longer than most of the other cases are. So would you like to have a quick break before this, just to go to the restroom real quick and get something to drink?
Very much so.
Okay, so at this time, it's 10 after 11 or 11:11. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break and then come back and be ready for docket item number 4 and other cases as we move forward. So thank you. Okay. So if we get everybody back here. Commissioner Enders, are you recusing from this case?
Yes, I am, but I'll speak during public testimony.
Okay. And I know Commissioner Baker is also recusing from this case. Okay, is everybody back? Commissioner Hill? So Tyler, if you're recusing, can you turn your camera off, please? Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Rojas, are you both available?
I'm here.
Okay, do you mind turning your camera on so we know that you're part of the case?
Yes, sir.
Please. Thank you. And Commissioner Hill. Okay, so we've got plenty of commissioners here, so let's go ahead and get started with docket item number 4. There she is.
All right, docket item 4 is case number CPC 2021-00193. A request to approve a development plan for a mixed-use development in District B4-5 on about half an acre located at 604 West 47th Street. Staff planner is Anna Naniski.
Thank you. Okay, docket item number 4 focuses on 604 West 47th Street. It is zoned B4-5, and as previously stated, the applicant is seeking to adopt a development plan to site a 3-story restaurant and 6 residential units on the subject site. The subject site is located within the Country Club Plaza area in the Midtown portion of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow. You can see it is at the intersection of West 47th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. For some more reference points, we have the Jack Henry building to the west and the McCormick and Schmick's restaurant over to the east. This is a look from a two-dimensional perspective of the subject property. We've got the 3 floors of restaurant on the site. The church that is proposed to be demolished also has a tenant space within this building. So if you are standing on 47th Street and you are looking north, your view is over on the left portion of the screen. And then if you are standing on Pennsylvania looking west, the image over to the right is your view. You have, again, the 3 stories of restaurants and then the residential units on the upper floors. This is a 3-dimensional perspective of the site. You can see the 3 floors of restaurants, the 6 floors to the building in context to some of the other buildings in the surrounding area. And then this is that same view, but at night. The subject site is within the Plaza Bowl Overlay District. You can see that map on the screen right now. The subject site is highlighted with a orange circle. At this particular location, the height maximum of a building is 45 feet. The approval criteria for a development plan is listed on the screen as well. There are a lot of words, I understand, but bear with me. I'm going to go through a few of the approval criteria. The first being A, does it comply with the standards of the Zoning and Development Code or other applicable city ordinances? For example, the Plaza Bowl Overlay District. And this proposed project is considerably above the height maximum for the Plaza Bowl Overlay District. We're looking at 100+ feet above that maximum that I mentioned previously. Item number C is there vehicular ingress and egress on the site. Excuse me, so there's no parking provided on the subject property. So I want to note condition number 2 in the conditions, corrections, and recommendations report attached to the staff report. A approved alternative parking compliance plan needs to occur for this site, or a request for a variance from the parking deviations needs to occur. And then item number F, if the location, orientation, and other architectural features are appropriate for the site and compatible with surrounding properties. So the building material is unknown for the subject site, but the renderings that were provided do show that they intend to do a design that is complementary to the Country Club Plaza aesthetic on said site, but also, again, to reiterate the note about the Plaza Bowl Overlay District, that there is this encroachment of a very, very tall building into the heart of the Country Club Plaza, which I believe is in conflict with the intent of the bowl concept and the area plan. So for those reasons, city staff are recommending denial of this project. There's been substantial public testimony in regards to this project. So to note where all of these items are, due to the extensive nature of them, we have 2 items attached to the staff report. Figuring out that there was such a large quantity, we then decided to pull out these letters and attach them to Compass KC as their own exhibits. So you'll see 2 items additionally attached to Compass KC, noted as B2 and B3 in the Compass KC notes. That totals to be around 122 letters of opposition for this particular case. And then late Friday through yesterday afternoon, I received 10 new opposition letters and 1 letter of support about this case. Those were attached very late in the at the end of the day yesterday, as well as some photos from the Historic Kansas City organization that they might choose to use during their public testimony portion. But that also was uploaded onto Compass KC later, prior to or after the commission received their staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
So in those letters you received, you said you had 122 of opposition. How many did you have in support of the project?
Only one.
Just one of the 122?
So there's 122 that were uploaded to Compass KC on Friday around when the staff report was published. There were no letters of support in those packets, but then between late Friday, so after working hours, through the weekend and through Monday, there were 10 new letters of opposition. And
Okay.
out of those groups, one letter was in support.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff regarding docket item number 4? Okay, I don't see any. So let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Ms. Jensen, I take it you're representing the applicant today?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Okay.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Ross Fretz Law Firm on behalf of Drake Development today. Joe, you should be promoting the Drake Development individuals, which includes Dave Olson, Matt Pennington, and also our architect, Rich Tino, I think. If you could do that. Rich, yeah. I think he's on there because I kind of scanned the list.
I'm here. Rich
Okay,
Obertine is
great,
here.
great. And you've got Matt Pennington on, correct? Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, we've tried to provide a very good PowerPoint and a very well-organized presentation, so it won't delay you as you proceed with your docket. And we're sharing our screen right now. So what's in front of you, as Anna stated, is an application to approve the development plan for what we call Cosina 47. And you can see a rendering of Cosina 47 in front of you. Next slide. Our request is that you recommend approval of this development plan to allow demolition of the existing church and construction of the 9-story mixed-use building with the requested deviations and subject to the 16 conditions as stated on the plan commission conditions of the CPC staff report. Next slide. I'm just orienting you because you're going to hear these words a lot. So you can see 47th Street right here. And Cosina 47 is outlined in yellow adjacent to 47th Street. Right to our west is the Jack Henry building, which you guys heard in a previous case. And then north of the site is the very tall 46 Penn Center building. And Lockton is immediately over to our east. And Lockton is the property owner that submitted the letter to City Planning and Development on Friday, I believe. And then the Plaza Steps building is further to the west across Jefferson. Next slide. So we're going to look through a series of pictures. I think you're probably all well aware of this, but pictures say 1,000 words. So what you're looking at is the Valencia Towers Lockton building looking northeast at the site. And you can see where McCormick and Schmeck's is right here. And then you've got the tall Lockton building immediately behind that site. Next slide. And then this looks at the southeast corner of the site across 47th Street. Next slide. And this looks southwest at that corner at the Skelly building, which is across the street on 47th Street. And then the next slide shows the actual church building, which you see right here. Here is 46 Penn Center building, right behind there. And to our left is the Jack Henry building, which is immediately to our west. And to the right is the Lockton building to the east. Next slide. Here is a layout of the first floor for the site plan, which includes, as we're going to talk about, we've worked with the church to make sure that they'll have an existing presence on the plaza. So we've got the church in a portion of our first floor, as well as tenants, and then the service area and vertical circulation. Next slide. This is where I'm going to have Rich describe this part. Rich?
Good morning, Chairman Crowell, members of the commission. My name is Rich Obertino, president of TRI Architects, St. Louis, Missouri. As you see, we spent several years walking around and studying the plaza in preparation for this meeting and showing you what we think is a great addition to the plaza. We studied the architecture. You know, it's got a very strong Spanish Mediterranean style that focuses a lot on the neutral brick palettes throughout the project, throughout the development, or throughout the plaza. I'm sorry. Next slide. So just again, more examples of very similar products. You'll see a lot of them down there, as you know, the use of towers to accentuate the corners, use of tile patterns and different textures to emphasize the architectural style. And we really wanted to pay respect to this. You know, it's been a long time. It's one of the most amazing developments in the country, and it's won a number of awards. So what we've tried to do on the next slide is really take a more modern approach to work with this. And you can see here again more details of we brought into our building with the use of brick patterns, ornamental metal screen to and accentuate the building design. Next slide, please. So as you've seen earlier, you know, this is what we're proposing today that we think is a really much more modern approach to what they may have done when the plaza was originally designed. You know, today's standards and needs of the tenants and clients fall a little different than what we see around the plaza. So we didn't want to just duplicate what was done, but we wanted to take a more modern spin on what's there to really pay homage and respect to the architecture. Next slide, please. So in doing so, we really, you know, we stuck with this natural brick color palette for the whole building, all the way up, all four sides. We've also brought in a number of the textured brick patterns that you'll see on the buildings around the plaza. And that also, next slide, that also ties in with the tile accents that we're proposing and the decorative metal screening. So again, taking pieces and design elements from the plaza and really putting them into a much more modern kind of feel of a building that we think is appropriate for today's time. Next slide. In doing so, we really wanted to incorporate a mixed use approach. Again, it's a more modern type feel, and it really exemplifies what today's tenants and occupants want. You know, all the outdoor dining spaces that we have, the residential units that we've put on top, and you see a number of those on the buildings throughout the plaza. And we're just kind of taking that same theme and concept and incorporating upper level condominium units to our building to give this mixed use feel and really add something to the plaza that's not there right now. Looking at these elevations, you can see we've held the 47th Street facade down lower for the first two restaurant buildings. The third floor steps back again, and then the condominium units continue to step back to really give a dynamic feel to this building and not just have a front facade that's flat straight all the way up. We really wanted to add some character and life to this thing. Next slide, please. And again, another view looking at the side elevations. And again, this west elevation really exemplifies kind of how this building steps back as it goes up to really provide dynamic spaces, not only for the restaurants on the first 3 floors, but also for these condominiums so that they've all got outdoor patios and can really oversee the plaza and look down and see the great views of the surrounding architecture. Next slide. And with this, I'll let Matt step in and have a talk.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for your time this morning. Rich, I think, did a pretty good job of explaining kind of the nuances of the building. This slide here is just a nice day shot showing what the building would look like on the corner of 47th and Pennsylvania. Like he said, our 2 main categories were here is to bring customers to that corner, know that they can use each of the restaurants on the 2nd and 3rd floor, engage them from the corner, kind of like what you would see in a bigger city, Chicago or New York. And we have escalators inside the building, allowing easy transportation for the customers to the 2nd and 3rd floor for those restaurants. Can I get the next slide, please? I think this picture is worth 1,000 words. I mean, this one shows kind of 2 key features that we tried to focus on. One was the Tower of Jack Henry, just being so well known that tower is. You can see that we tried to preserve its view as you look west on 47th Street. And then secondly, we tried to really adhere to the bowl overlay concept of stepping back from 47th Street. And what we did by that is, like Rich said, you can see each floor steps back starting from 47th Street. And I'll get a little more detail into that shortly. Next slide, please. This picture here just shows a front look looking north at the buildings. You can see each of the adjacent buildings are actually much taller with the exception of Jack Henry. 46 Penn is 213 feet. Lockton, Valencia, where Lockton is a tenant, they're 186 feet. And then the CBIZ building, the Plaza Steps, is 178 feet. Our building is planned for 160 feet. Next slide, please. I think one of the things that is important is that we did, we did do the Jack Henry next door. We remodeled that. Always looking for ways to try and reuse buildings. As this one, as we evaluated it, it's very difficult to reuse for a couple of reasons. The layout is just obsolete for a multi-tenant structure. And then secondly, there's an abundance of asbestos inside and outside the building. So starting with roof tiles and window caulk, pipe, floor tiles, ceiling tiles, the number is quite extensive to try and remediate this just to even get it back to a shell that can be inhabited. The church, like we said, is staying on the site. They're planning to take the western end cap. They're hoping to create a more dynamic space for their modern and upcoming members. They plan to do a reading room at the front, just like they have now, and then a small assembly in the back. They're hoping to appeal to the younger generation and then really reduce the operating expenses that they currently have that just don't fit their congregation size. Next slide, please. This one's important because this is essentially what the Midtown Plan states. It says new buildings shall relate to scale of adjacent buildings in size and proportion. When you look at everything adjacent, you stand on that corner, you look up, and it's pretty evident that each of the buildings surrounding it are higher. I don't need to go through those heights again. I think you can see them on the slide here, and I went through them previously. Next slide, please. This slide's important because it kind of goes to the spirit of the bowl overlay that we've done our best to adhere to. If you look at the street frontage on 47th Street, the Lockton building where McCormick's and Schmidt is located, that frontage is 60 feet. Jack Henry at the face on 47th is 65 feet. So what we've done is we've put on the face on 47th Street. So our first and second floor tenants are at 44 feet on the frontage of 47th Street. And then we step it back creating that patio space on the second and then creating additional patio space on the third floor as we continue to step the building back. And then it continues to step back with our residential condominium units almost all the way behind where the locked-in structure is today. Next slide, please. I think this is important just because of what all of us have watched over the past few years. There's 28 vacant storefronts on the plaza. We've seen some loss of key tenants, Nike Houston's, Hellsberg Diamonds. As of recently, the Nordstrom flagship store has been a major blow to really tenant recruitment. There's an oversupply of retail space, just not here, but just all over the country. There's public safety concerns that I think some of us have had to really address head on as owners. There's been no new anchor tenants since 2016, other than the ones that we provided in Jack Henry. And when I say by anchor tenants, in excess of 20,000 feet. And I think the biggest thing is there's lack of available spaces that meet the modern tenant demands. And so that's what we've tried to create here is a building that's going to meet the upcoming modern day demands of tenants, restaurant spaces that will have higher ceilings, abundant patios, great light, easy transportation, up and down, and easy access. One of the bigger things that I always harp kind of about is that there's an insufficient residential daytime population on the plaza. So, regardless of my project, I think that's something obviously that is important for the plaza as we look at, new projects going forward. So most importantly, Casino 47 meets today's tenants' demands. It brings new to market offerings, and it fulfills an unmet residential demand that does not exist on the plaza today. Next slide, please. I think this is a really important slide to look at because I went through this same process with the Jack Henry in front of the Planning Commission a couple of years ago. I did a presentation asking for a height variance on the corner, on the western corner of 47th and Jefferson. As part of that was a new tower proposed that was going to exceed the bowl overlay. I did receive opposition on it, similar to this project, same folks. And I want you to look at the building up top, which is the previous building before we remodeled. That's essentially what it would look like today if we would not have got that variance. And the reason I say that is because that presence on the corner, the margin of error in today's retail tenants is so small that if you don't have small items like ceiling heights, dominant presence with signage and, well-known features, you do not land the tenants. And so here we are today, we've been able to, blessed enough to land the Chiefs Fit, a local gym that was needed on the plaza, a high-end fitness facility, which they're going to have an abundance of personal enhancement resources, such as cryotherapy. And then we were lucky enough to land the Puttery, which is an entertainment concept that is surrounded by putt-putt golf that is going to make a huge investment beyond ours into this Jack Henry building. I use both those because we had to come up with creative solutions to land those tenants, which what we did at Jack Henry is we mined out the basement to get just high ceilings in order for these tenants to say yes. And when I say that, the high ceilings, that was Puttery that took that space. As it related to the Chiefs Fit, my third floor space has almost 16-foot ceilings because the way the parking garage is set up. And then we were lucky enough to be able to take advantage of some outdoor space up on top of Jack Henry, providing a new outdoor area for the Chiefs Fit facility. So those small, items, including the tower that I just referenced with that additional variance that we were granted, not only allowed us to secure Chiefs Fit, but then allow us to get Puttery, which, Puttery wanted, they weren't interested in going alone. They want activity. So we're lucky enough to be able to come here today with some momentum. We're hoping to continue with the momentum on the church. We've met with a number of folks surrounding our property, either met or discussed it with them. And, I think at the end of the day, the net positive for this project is a huge deal for the Country Club Plaza moving forward. Next slide, please. So I think this is an important letter, as we, obviously we did hear there is a number of opposition against the project. Those same folks came out against my Jack Henry project. This is a letter from the chief of staff and CEO of Lockton, which has over 1,000 employees next door, who understands kind of the same concerns that I'm dealing with, not only with the lines of the bowl overlay, but just with the plaza in general and the future of the plaza. So they have over 1,000 employees right there that they need them. They want amenities, and they have provided a letter in full support of the project. And additionally, they are going to provide some parking as it relates to the project. And they believe that what we have created, and I've met with them over the last couple of years, I've met with a number of property owners surrounding this project over the last couple of years. At least Lockton and myself believe that this is a huge win for the plaza moving forward. And I think the letter just speaks for itself. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Matt. I'm going to finish up the presentation talking about our public engagement process that we went through. The public engagement ordinance requires us to mail notice to the registered neighborhood organization within our area. And that was Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. We communicated with them. They ultimately told us we could schedule the meeting, which we did in the Unity Temple across the street. And we also reached beyond what we were required to do, which was notify Plaza Westport and the adjacent property owners. But we also notified Historic Kansas City Foundation, South Plaza Neighborhood Association, and West Plaza Neighborhood Association. We held that meeting on May 19th at the Unity Temple, and we uploaded the summary on May 21st. Next slide. This shows the alternative parking plan, which we are prepared to file, should this be approved. And as Matt stated, he has secured parking in the Lockton building of 125 parking stalls. And then he has also secured employee and valet parking over at 47th and Bellevue, which includes 222 stalls, which meets the parking requirements of the zoning and development code. Next slide. Our deviation request, as has been highlighted, is that pursuant to 88-517, the council may approve deviations to height limitations by the overlay with the approval of the development plan. And the language used in the code is if the proposed use is consistent with the zoning. Certainly our proposed use is consistent with the zoning. We also, and any of our deviations have to be called out on our development plan, which has been done. We've requested a deviation to the 45 feet and the 3-story height limit of the Plaza Bowl overlay district. The height deviation is 115 feet, and there are 6 additional stories, which contain 1 residential unit per floor. The mixed-use development consisting of both commercial and residential uses is permitted within the B45 zoning district, and as Matt has identified for you, is completely consistent with the surrounding uses and heights of the buildings around it. Next slide. We request that you recommend approval of the development plan to allow the demolition of the existing structure and construction of the 9-story mixed-use building with requested deviations and subject to the 16 conditions as stated in the plan conditions of the city staff report. And we very much thank you for your attention during our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners to the applicant regarding docket item number 4? No questions at this time. Okay. All right, then. So let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. And I understand we've got several folks that want to speak regarding this project. And I want to make a reminder about the testimony that we have 2 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for those representing a larger group or association. And I just want to state that, if you're representing 3 or 4 of the associations and have the same kind of comments, still 5 minutes and not having a lot of repetition, please. We understand, the concerns. We want to make sure we hear all the concerns, and if there's some that are repetitive of the previous speaker, just let us know that same thing, the previous person spoke, and then I have this to add or something of that nature. So with that, Joe, who's our first person that wants to speak?
The first person is Vicky Notice.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Notice. As you are promoted here and take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
She hasn't accepted the promotion yet, so we can come back to her. I'll move to Dan Coffrin.
Okay. Is Dan available?
Unmute, start video.
Okay.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. Good morning or afternoon, perhaps. I'm Dan Coffrin. I live at 1000 West 70th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here today on behalf of Friends of the Plaza. It's a group of Kansas Cityans formed in 2010 to promote quality development on the plaza that is sensitive to its unique architecture, sense of place, and pedestrian scale. Friends of the Plaza operates primarily through social media. We have currently 7,800 followers on Facebook. I served 2 terms on the City Council from 1987 through 1995. I represented the 4th District, which included the Plaza as it does today. At that time, I worked with a lot of other people on the 1989 Plaza Urban Design Development Plan, or we oftentimes simply call the Plaza Plan. Friends of Plaza supports the staff recommendation of denial for several reasons. First of all, the height grossly exceeds the Plaza Bowl Overlay District's maximum of 45 feet by about 100 feet, twice the allowed height. Second, until now, the project provided no parking in violation of the zoning code's requirement for parking. And I think based upon what I've heard this morning, I don't think all of that complies with the alternative parking arrangement. I'll talk about that later. Third, this project will generate significant traffic, and the applicant has not provided a traffic study as required by the zoning code. Regarding height, the Plaza Bowl Overlay District limits building heights for this small property to 45 feet. And this is an ordinance requirement. It's not a recommended maximum or a guideline like you'd find in the earlier 1989 Plaza Plan. This was done along 47th Street, the street wall there, to keep the tall buildings back from the street so that they're not looming over the plaza itself. Now, it's correct that the overlay district allows deviations to the maximum heights if approved by the City Council, but the applicant has provided no justification or hardship whatsoever for a 100-foot height deviation, twice the allowed amount. It's not enough to simply say, well, we're consistent with the underlying zoning. You have to have a reason. You have to have a hardship, something objective, and they've not done that. The applicant refers to 2 nearby buildings, the 11-story 1989 Plaza Steps office building to the west, as well as the 1997 Valencia Place or Lockton building over to the east, which is 10 stories. However, different rules applied then. Both of those were approved well before the Plaza Plan Overlay District that applies to this applicant's particular project. Specifically, the Plaza Steps office building was approved in 1985, well before the 1989 Plaza Plan. So it's before, not overlay, not before, it is before not just the overlay district, but also the Plaza Plan that was done back in the 1980s. Valencia Place complied, that's the taller, the 10-story building, complied with the Plaza Plan's recommended height. When it was built, it complied with the Plaza Plan. I have a slide. Can you get that slide up, please? I don't know if this is going to work technically.
You should be able to share your screen, Mr. Cochran.
Oh, I didn't understand it was done that way. We'll just skip that. Let me say this. That building complies with the Plaza plan from back in the 80s. The first building there is the McCormick and Schmick restaurant. That's 45 feet tall. And then the tower, the 10-story tower, is stepped back another 75 feet. Not done in the case of the applicant's project. In any event, those two projects did comply with the then applicable law. But right now, those have been superseded by the Plaza Overlay District required maximum height of 45 feet. So the law has changed. The applicant knew this when he bought the property, that it was subject to this rather significant zoning requirement. As I said about parking, we're not well aware of that. We've been working with this applicant for 7 months, since October, on the parking. This is the first time we've heard about that. I doubt that it works. Among other things, an accessory or alternative parking program has to be within 1,000 feet of your principal structure. Up the hill at the Plaza building, up at 47th and the trafficway, that's almost a quarter mile away. That's 1,200 or 1,300 feet away. Finally, the applicant may be claiming there's plenty of free parking on the Plaza. There isn't. He's not provided a study that indicates that. Anyone who works down there will tell you that's not the case. And it's simply not going to work. There are some parking garages down there, but those are all built, operated, and maintained by the Plaza itself. And those are used to meet the parking requirements for their tenants. And then finally, a traffic study. A traffic study has not been done. That is required under the zoning code. The director of development can waive that if he or she wishes, but that's not been done in this particular case. I'm particularly concerned about the lane for valet parking. It's right at the intersection for 47th and Pennsylvania there on the corner that will easily back into that intersection. There's only storage room for one car there. The applicant has not submitted a traffic study, but I found one, or had one, going back to 2010 that was done. The intersection at 47th and Pennsylvania was already at level of service D. That's like in a grade school report card. It's unlawful under our zoning code to go below D. And I think that it's very likely that the valet lane there that will back into that intersection, that's got a stoplight, will push that below D.
I'm sorry, sir. Your time is now up.
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joe, I think we're going back to Ms. Notais.
Yeah, she should be ready now.
Okay. Ms. Notais, if you're available, please take yourself off mute. I don't see you on the list here.
It looks like she's coming over now.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Notais. So I think you've been promoted. Just need to take yourself off mute, and there you go.
There we go. Now, finally, unmuted. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Vicki Notais. I live at 14 East 55th Terrace in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm an architect and urban planner with a practice here in Kansas City. I'm a former City Plan Commission member and also a former director of the City Planning and Development Department. I'm here today as president of the Historic Kansas City Foundation. I'd like to provide a brief overview of the important issues related to this development proposal to explain our concern and opposition and why flagrantly disregarding the Midtown Plaza area plan and the accompanying overlay zoning matters. The Country Club Plaza is 100 years old and is still the national model for successful mixed-use urban design. It was the first automobile-oriented outdoor shopping center in the United States, constructed and owned by and managed by the J.C. Nichols Company. The historic center of the plaza, which is renowned for its architecture, urban design, and carefully integrated mix of retail, office, and residential uses, was added to, adapted, changed, and managed by a single owner for 70 years, the Nichols Company, and surrounded by multiple property owners who have benefited from their location to make it the successful area it is today. But the plaza was built before zoning was adopted by the city in the 1930s. And when it was adopted, it was labeled an open zone business B45, which allows almost anything to be built, very few restrictions. And you didn't have to get any approval from the city. You just go down to the permit office and get a permit. And under that zoning, you could build a 14-story building with no approval process, just a permit on every block in that part of the plaza. So as you know, the city's comprehensive plan governs land use and zoning changes that must comply with that plan and through its specific area, with the specific area plans. The original one that Dan mentioned was done in 1989 after a community uproar over the Sailors Project, which was a 60-story tower proposed and almost approved at 47th and Main. But since then, when the Plaza Plan was adopted, it's been the most detailed and complex area plan in the city. It still is. And in the 27 years prior to its update in 2016, it was the city's primary tool for guiding key development changes on the plaza. It did not stop or hinder development during that time. Over $800 million of investment in the signature office space and hotels alone occurred under the plan's guidance. The city worked with investors, developers, neighborhoods, and provided an ongoing balanced and fair system for new and redevelopment decisions that would allow for sensitive and creative contemporary infill projects, as well as preservation, not to make everything stay in the past, and to accommodate the growing development pressure by other nearby property owners. And it still protects the plaza's special, unique environment. However, the plaza's vulnerability has been exposed in the past by its previous owner, the Highwoods Company, that sparked a protest with over 18,000 signatures to put that proposed building on the referendum. They withdrew that, and it was moved to another site on the plaza with a much better outcome. But the public controversy over that project resulted in the city's update that was adopted unanimously in 2019. It's not done in a closet. It had all the stakeholders involved, including neighborhoods, institutions, developers, and the city, and consulting expertise. But the most important tenet out of that is, and in the previous one, is the bowl concept that recognizes the plaza's existing topography and protects the base of the bowl, which is the original 15-block historic part of the plaza, all about 3 stories, by regulating the height of buildings in order to protect the distinctive architecture and the pedestrian experience that allows tenants and locals, or tourists and locals, to benefit from it. Every property owner has the right to request a zoning change and an amendment to the area plan, but every property owner on the plaza knows about the plaza plan, as did this developer when they bought the property. They assumed they would just talk the city into a deviation of 115 feet over the 45-foot height limit for this critical site that's right on 47th Street. And as Dan explained, the surrounding buildings they're talking about were all done prior to the other plan or under the other plan. The setback does not go at half the site as they've proposed in their building. The setback goes all the way back to the building behind it, which actually becomes the setback if this were a lower building of 3 stories. Approval of something this egregious would leave every subsequent developer no incentive to follow the same rules that every other investor in the plaza has. Small necessary deviations can always be accommodated and negotiated, but approving the very first deviation from this plan for over 100 feet is ridiculous. This is a 100-year decision. Amending the plaza plan, and especially the zoning, ought to be for a really good reason. Don't waste that on this project. There is not enough added value in this project to warrant that. Historic Kansas City urges the city to deny this project, respect the plaza's historic and unique character, respect the thousands of hours of community input and professional expertise that developed the plan. Several of you are currently working on plans like this and definitely have done more than one in the past. Otherwise, every single new proposal on the plaza will become a political football, generating a guaranteed uproar that is costly, unnecessary, and puts this unique city asset at risk. Just follow the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, the next person is Ken Block, and I'm promoting him now.
Okay. Ms. Notice, do you mind going on mute, please? Thank you. Hi, Mr. Block. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Kenneth Block. I live at 2940 Verona Road, Mission Hills, Kansas. I'm here on behalf of 5 different property owners within 2 blocks of the subject site. I'm also the managing principal of Block Real Estate Services. We're a firm that's been here in Kansas City for over 77 years. And we have been proud to be not only owners of a business in Kansas City, but many of us live and work in Kansas City and have for many, many years. My father started the firm quite a long time ago. I've been in the business 48 years. And over those years that we've been in business, we have developed over $2.5 billion worth of property in Kansas City, Missouri alone, from everything from hotels to office and other projects. From our view, what's been proposed on the Casino 47 site is completely inappropriate and should not be approved for many reasons. And I want to go through as many as I can get to. First of all, the overlay ordinance. There were 2 items in the overlay ordinance that I feel are extremely important and apply here. 1, stabilize property values and reduce investment risk. Secondly, establish known ground rules for development, redevelopment, and infill projects so the developers know what they can do and base their investment decisions. Well, clearly, we based our decisions on the fact that for 33 years, this site has been zoned, or actually has been set for 45 foot in height. And 3 years ago, after countless hours, as Vicky said, and we were part of that committee, it was zoned to 45 foot height limitation. But let's talk about the site in particular. It's only 15,681 square feet. It's the smallest site in the plaza by far, less than 1/3 of an acre. And yet, a church which occupies the property with no parking, now a plan has been proposed that would develop this into a highly dense project, needing hundreds of cars of parking. And in fact, restaurants, as we all know, need 10 spaces per 1,000. You could not have come up with a more dense plan for that site. There are other plans that could have been done, like the Plaza does. Retail, soft goods, whatever on the first floor, office or medical above. That was not chosen. But here's the thing. This is a pattern. Next door, Jack Henry, he did the same thing. He took a use of a building that had limited kinds of users in it with limited parking, and he put 2 more users in that now will have parking, hundreds of cars in excess of what he has available. It's the same situation over again. Now, for some reason, there wasn't a traffic study required by this. We asked the city and they said, well, there would be no parking. So we didn't do a traffic study. Not sure I understand that. We did our own. We had Jeff Wilkie of Kimberly Horn do it. And here's what he said. There will be 1,815 more spaces to the Casino 47 site than before. Couple that with another 2,200 extra spaces next door at Jack Henry. There will be 4,000 more car trips to that site every single day in the future. And guess what? Let's talk about parking. There's only 99 cars next door, and there's 0 cars proposed here. And yet they will need 728 cars. To put this in perspective, we built a 225,000 square foot building. We have 633 cars. They will need 728. Oh, and guess what? They're only 629 cars short. That's crazy. But also think about the activity at that corner. So let's go to Casino 47. We do have a slide. I don't know if the staff could put it up, but they actually can build parking there. they would have to do things like what we did. We went down 50 feet. A lot of you probably went by the site, saw it, a big hole. They can build 25 cars or more per floor, and they could go down just like we did. They choose not to do it because it's expensive. But that is one of the things that you face. It cost us $31 million for our cars. They were very expensive, but we did what was required by code. So, you know, the alternate parking is really for overflow parking. It's not designed to replace parking that's required by code. I mean, candidly, if you're not building something where you can put the parking on site, it's really an issue, but particularly in the plaza where we have a lot of heavy, dense users. Now, one thing you should know is going back to item number 3, the stabilized values. We actually put financing on this property just a little bit ago. JOL did the appraisal. He did a new appraisal as to what would happen to our property if this building were built 9 stories tall. By the way, our top floor is 172 feet. The actual very, very tip of the swish is 213, but most of it is 40 feet below that. But nevertheless, the value of our property would drop $40 million because views would be removed, lease rates would go down, income would go down, and the building that we spent so many years working on, 3 years getting all of the neighborhoods and the city and everybody to approve it and to do the right thing and follow the rules, would be just destroyed in a matter of moments. So this comes down to rules and fairness. And from our standpoint, I just want the same rules as everybody else. I don't want someone to have a different set of rules than we do. You know, the city planning staff and planning commission, you know, this is what it's all about. Everybody should follow the same rules. Don't discriminate against one or the other. Don't give one developer a big edge or the other. And in our case, you know, we just see this as a complete wrong decision, wrong idea for this particular site. And when we talk about density in the plaza, one more thing here. So right now, projects that are already approved, there's 2,500 apartments, over 800,000 feet of office, 656 hotel rooms, 20,000 feet of medical, and 150 units of assisted living on other sites. Plenty of density for more development around the plaza. But density in itself doesn't mean that every site can be the most dense site that you want to develop. Every site has to be looked at. The issue with this is this site was small and he knew it. It was 45-foot height limit and he knew it. He bought the site with the idea that if he can get the city to give him special benefits that nobody else got, then he could make money with the site. And
Mr. Block.
He chooses restaurants because of their higher rent. So
Mr. Block.
Yes.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe, who do you have next?
Next person is Randall Coffey. Randy Coffey, promoting him now.
Okay. Hi, Randy. As you come off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Randy Coffey. I'm a longtime Kansas City resident. I live in the Plaza area. I'm a partner at Fisher and Phillips law firm. We are a tenant in the 46 Penn Center building. We actually just moved in here a little over a month ago. And I have to say that this potential development is of high concern to us. We spent a lot of time looking when our lease expired at 4900 Main for new location, and a majority of the partners in our office was frankly in favor of moving to Overland Park. We looked at the 46 Penn building and were really wowed by the building. We liked the views, which was one of the key features that led us to become a tenant in the building. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in build out. We'll pay approximately $3 million in lease payments over the next decade, $20 million in employee salaries. We predicated all of this in large measure on views, which actually you can see behind me, looking out my window here. That would be entirely blocked by this development. The 160-foot building would obscure that view, and we'd essentially be looking into the back of the building. I have to say that I think that the 45-foot limitation is there for a reason, and the buildings that front to the central portion of the plaza ought to continue to adhere to that. I also have serious concerns about the parking and congestion that this will lead to. 47th in Pennsylvania is already fairly congested, frankly. It is, as you know, a two-lane street. The entrance to the locked-in parking, which they have indicated is their parking solution in part, is immediately across from the driveway for 46 Penn, and that area is already congested. I can tell you, leaving in the evening, there are a lot of cars already parked on the street. There is a lot of traffic. This will make the traffic situation at that intersection and to the north on Pennsylvania really untenable. It will just be so congested that it will create serious problems for everyone in this area of the plaza. In addition to those things, it seems hard for me to ignore the fact that virtually all of the building that exceeds the 45-foot limitation is condo buildings, is the condo portion of the building. And that in and of itself is really antithetical to me to the whole concept that the city has put in place for the plaza right at that location, because what you're essentially doing then is you're obscuring the view for hundreds of tenants of the adjacent buildings in order to provide for a handful of exclusive condo owners to have a front seat view to the plaza. That seems particularly inappropriate to me. And that portion of the building is the portion that creates the problem with the excessive height. So for all of these reasons, we hope that the commission and city council will follow the staff recommendation and not grant the variance above the 45-foot level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
What do you have next, Joe?
Next person is, I've already promoted him. It's Steve Weiss.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Steve Weiss. I am the Vice President of Development for Cameron Mitchell Restaurants based in Columbus, Ohio. We're the owners of Ocean Prime and Prime Social, which is adjacent to this site in the 46 Penn Center building. We're one of the largest independent restaurant companies in the United States. We've been in business for over 30 years. We operate 63 restaurants in 19 states and Washington, D.C. And part of what I do is select the sites and look for where we're going to grow our company and grow our restaurants. And we looked for quite a long time in the Kansas City market, and specifically in Country Club Plaza, until we landed with the 46 Penn Center. And one of the major reasons why we chose that particular building has everything to do with parking. Essential to any restaurant success is parking, and that obviously is especially true with Country Club Plaza. I'm looking at this particular project that's being presented, and we have about approximately 13,000 square feet of space between our two restaurants. On average, we're seating about 3,750 guests per week in those two restaurants. An overwhelming majority of those come by car. And if you just take a rough guess of 2.5 people in each car, that's 1,500 cars a week for our two restaurants. And we've already paid to accommodate that parking. We're parking it in our building. And that was one of the reasons why we chose this site. This particular project, Casino 47 is proposing almost 30,000 square feet of restaurant space, 60% larger than what we have currently. If that ratio holds, we're talking about 3,700 guest cars to that location a week with 0 additional parking spaces on site. And so taking from other parking somewhere in the trade area, and it's too much. Valet parking is also for almost all, high quality restaurants. The ability to valet park their cars in close proximity to where they dine is really important. And again, we're parking about 300 cars per week in valet in our building, a secured parking lot for our valet guests, and it is close and quick. And, what I saw from the presentation earlier is that they're talking about valet somewhere down the road. And what I know from our history and experience is that when the valet takes that long to have to go retrieve cars and bring it back, people stop using it. And so then you're going to push those cars into other parking spots that are now being used by the public and putting an undue strain on the parking in the area. And then the last one for us is associate parking. It's critical in the restaurant business to have adequate, safe, close parking for all associates. And we employ over 150 associates, and we ensure that we had parking within our building to accommodate them. Often the restaurant associates leave late hours. They could be potential targets for crime. And so providing with a close, safe place to park is essential. And, again, this project being proposed has no parking on site for them and could theoretically employ, up to 400 associates with all the space that they're proposing. And again, it's just too much space with really no positive parking solution provided. So we've been very, very successful in our site selection in 46 Penn. The building is great. It has good parking, and we used good planning and provided comfortable access for our guests and obviously for our associates. And we spend a lot of money each month on valet parking, guest parking spaces, our associate parking. And we just believe that approving a project like this will hurt the many businesses around it who have designed their project with parking and pay for that parking to ensure their business success. So we have a long and successful track record in running great restaurants, and we know a great site when we see one, and we just do not believe that this project should be approved. Thank you. Okay, thank you. What do you got next, Joe?
Mark Reichter.
Okay. Mark, please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Reister, 4731 Mercier, Kansas City, Missouri. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and commission members. I work with Triad Capital Advisors. We are a commercial mortgage banking firm located at 46 Penn Center. And I have financed several projects on the Plaza over the past few years, and institutional lenders such as life insurance companies or regional banks invest part of their portfolios in commercial real estate loans. And part of the due diligence during a loan process is to usually order a zoning report to make sure that the property is in compliance, but also understanding any ordinances that could impact the real estate that secures a lender's loan. And lenders rely on the effectiveness and stability of these ordinances. It takes years to build relationships with the lending community amongst developers, amongst firms like ours. And these lenders trust us to place loans on commercial real estate property that will not have any negative impact due to a change in an ordinance. And if cities cannot follow or drastically change the ordinances and could impact the loan collateral that they have, these lenders are not going to continue lending in the municipalities and will choose other cities to go place loans in. And these cities, these cities would be deemed untrustworthy Secondly, lenders want to ensure a project has ample parking. Projects that are underparked are oftentimes difficult to finance. Projects that have virtually no parking in an auto-oriented city like Kansas City are virtually impossible to finance. And third, lenders want to have their projects have viable ingress and egress, and the traffic and possible valet parking that 3 restaurants would bring would negatively affect and impact all the real estate on the plaza. So with these 3 points, we oppose allowing the variance in this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next, Joe?
Excuse me, a Dennis Burns is next.
Okay.
Okay, in the meantime, I'm seeing a Michael McGrade.
Just, if you can, just let's go with one first here. Matt Barnes.
Probably,
no.
sorry, Mr. Chair, it's probably a good time to remind everyone that they need to pay attention if you have your hand raised and accept the promotion that we've given you.
Michael McGrade here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm Michael McGrade. My address is 427 West 49th Terrace. I'm here on behalf of my firm Gallagher, who is a tenant also in the 46 Penn building. We've been in Kansas City for about 30 years, and as our lease came up for renewal in the Crown Center area this year, we explored all sorts of options. We've been very happy in Jackson County, but as we looked at everything else, it was kind of Johnson County or Jackson County. We made the decision to bring our 100 employees, their salaries, their livelihoods to 46 Penn for the lifestyle, for the view, for the quality, for all those sorts of things. And so we made a 10-year commitment to stay in Jackson County. The thing that appeals to us is to create a collaborative environment that we can work within for our people to support each other, to support our clients, to support the community. And this is a perfect space to do that. So, the view, the natural light, the dynamics of all that are a massive part of our decision to make a substantial seven-figure investment and a 10-year time commitment to this area. So, we really look at this as a benefit to our firm, as a benefit to our people, and one that really, really outweighs the upside for facilitating 6 individuals or debatably 6 families to spend $2, $3, $4, $5, $6 million on probably a second residence. So we would appreciate the support of the council in maintaining the restrictions that are in place, and we certainly value and believe in this location. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next person is Daryl Herring.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Herring, please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Darrell Herring, I'm Vice President of Development and Construction for the Tarvin Company, the owners and managers of the Country Club Plaza. Our management office is at 4706 Broadway, Suite 260, Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Others have already discussed at some length 2 of our concerns about the development. One is the height and the variance required by the applicant. The second is the lack of parking. Now, we understand clearly that the applicant is permitted to enter into a long-term agreement with adjacent landowners to provide zoning required parking for its development. We are very concerned about the details of any alternate parking arrangement. In our opinion, it's highly unlikely that an adjacent landowner would grant parking rights in perpetuity, or to the significant extent that will satisfy the demand of this development. If all the parking provided through any alternate parking arrangement is not conveniently located, its employees and customers will not use that parking. Instead, they will park in the neighborhood's limited on-street parking and seek parking in nearby parking garages owned by the Country Club Plaza, to the detriment of the plaza's tenants, its customers, and its employees. There should be no doubt that all the parking garages in the plaza are in fact privately owned and maintained. Taubman spends a significant amount of money for capital improvements and maintenance of the private parking of its properties. Our tenants, in turn, pay significant CAM charges, in addition to the incremental Transportation Development District sales taxes, to cover the costs of the plaza parking. Businesses outside of the plaza and outside of the Transportation Development District neither contribute to the CAM charged to our tenants, nor the incremental sales tax for the TDD, and therefore should not derive the benefits of the investment made by the TDD or the district's property owners. The applicant approached Taubman and requested us to consider an agreement to allow its project to use approximately 9,200 parking stalls in the plaza, and that would partially satisfy the parking requirement. It's unlikely that we can enter into such an agreement. The parking at the plaza is for the benefit of our tenants and customers, and we must retain the ability to meet the code mandated parking requirements as we redevelop and re-tenant the plaza. Each time we re-tenant a location with a new use or an added use at the plaza, we are required by the city to demonstrate that we will meet city code parking requirements. The applicant should be held to the same standard. Before the City Planning Commission or the City Council continue its review of the proposed plan, it should consider the actual language in the alternative parking arrangement and allow the public to be advised of and comment on the same. The CPC and the City Council must obtain a clear understanding of the terms of the agreement into which the applicant may enter to ensure its longevity and enforceability, and to ensure that any occupancy permit is directly conditioned on the existence of the alternative parking arrangement. Kansas City's longstanding governing ordinances well serve the business community because they create a level playing field for all. Drake development should be held to the same rigorous and practical standards, and the developer's proposal should be amended accordingly. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next person is Robert Martin with Christina Bovary, and I believe they represent the same group, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Martin, please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Robert Martin. I live at 4646 Broadway, and I'm the president of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association, which is just north of the 47th Street. So our neighborhood is very, very much impacted by what happens on the plaza. And so I'll just begin. Our neighborhood was involved in the discussions regarding preserving the historic and iconic quality of the plaza. We believe that every great city will need to protect its unique historic areas in order for the city to continue to be interesting and attractive. We encourage smart development, and people our own members, some of which like the development that has been proposed. They like the design and the amenities. But because the plaza is a jewel of Kansas City, we're committed to preserving its unique and iconic qualities by supporting the Midtown Plaza Area Plan and the applicable historic districts. We need the commission and all relevant city departments to uphold these plans that we have consensually adopted. And so we ask that you follow the the planning department's recommendation and deny the request. Christina?
Okay. Is there somebody else that was going to speak with you?
Hi, guys. Christina Bovary, Vice President, Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. I reside at 4447 Pennsylvania Avenue, right up the street, same street as the development. I don't know if anyone went to the public hearing, which was well attended at Unity Temple. There was well over 100 people and 100% opposition. We were notified, yes, of the public hearing, but the neighbors were not. I hand walked the neighborhood to our residences that live on Jefferson, Pennsylvania, and the side streets, which 98.5% in opposition. I have a real concern with any development in the parking right now. And if I'm not sure how to share my screen, but if I could try to just show you on a Monday and a Tuesday at 6 and 8 p.m. With not one event going on the Country Club Plaza, what our streets look like right now, currently. I'm going to try this, you guys, and tell me if it works. Can you see that?
No, can still see you.
Darn it. I don't know how to do this. I'm not sure how to share the screen. I sent all the pictures late yesterday, but I'll definitely have them for the public hearing. But right now, we cannot, I can barely back out of my driveway on 45th in Pennsylvania. In between the cars that are parked back to back on the street. It is ridiculous. We still have 2 more hotels opening up. We've had numerous multifamily open up that a lot of them do not even want to pay for the parking because it's very expensive. And not one development should go through anywhere close to the plaza without a parking study, period. And if anybody on the screen lives in North Plaza on any of these streets, you would understand what we're currently going through right now. So we are in complete denial. We want to uphold the plan and we reject this project. And I'm sorry I couldn't get the visuals up, guys, but all I could ask is if you could please just take a drive and check it out for yourself. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Next person is Lord Burkhalter.
Okay.
Hello there. I'm Laura Burkhalter, president of the Southmoreland Neighborhood Association. My address is 4134 Locust Street. I just want to speak with you today about the concern that our neighborhood has with this is that this is putting at risk the Plaza Bowl overlay plan, which extends to our neighborhood to the east. So approving this, allowing this significant height increase would put all of the Plaza adjacent neighborhoods at risk of losing all the zoning plans that we have worked so hard over the many years to put in place. And this project also represents just a missed opportunity by the developer to work with neighborhoods to put together something that's meaningful and that we can all support. It doesn't make any effort to preserve the building. It doesn't provide any meaningful housing. Certainly, we've also talked about the parking a lot. And it just makes no effort to comply with the plans that the community has worked to put in place. I just really urge you to reject this plan altogether. And I'll just keep it brief and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Julia Thompson.
Okay. Hi, Julia. As you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I apologize. I was having some technical difficulty there. I'm Julia Thompson, 4701 Wyoming Street. I am president of the West Plaza Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to speak very briefly in opposition to this project. We have two main points of contention. One has been discussed already, which is the alternate plan for parking. The alternate proposed at 47th and Bellevue is within West Plaza, and we are concerned about the increased congestion that this will bring to an already congested intersection. In addition, this alternate plan was not reviewed with our neighborhood at all, and there's been no traffic plan to study the proposed impact on our neighborhood. In addition, which is connected to my second point, there is another development that is being proposed here with the CPC in a few weeks that will be between 47th and 48th at Bellevue. And so we are wary of increased traffic at that area should that proposal also go through, which is my second point. This proposal that is going to be coming before CPC here in several weeks also is asking for a height variance, just showing that we are already on the slippery slope of violating the Midtown plan. And as West Plaza has been a big supporter of the Plaza Bowl concept and the Midtown area plan and continues to support that, we're very concerned that we're already seeing another development asking for a variance, which will be on West Plaza's territory. And so we are in opposition to this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Parkway Towers is next.
Okay. I'm not sure who's representing Parkway Towers, but as you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, commission members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I am John Dvorak. I'm a resident of Parkway Towers condominium 4545 Warnell, and I am a past president and past treasurer of our condo association. We have about 145 apartment residences in our building. Many of them lived in by the owners who have spent, in many cases, well in excess of $150,000 to buy their unit. Some of us in the building were very supportive of the Plaza overlay plan. We were outspoken in support of it. And as the years go by, we expect it to be followed. We are not opposed to responsible development in our neighborhood, but developers need to follow the rules. That's what we expect, and that's what we depend on. We are several blocks away from the project in question, but if this project goes forward in violation of the Plaza overlay, our immediate area will be adversely affected because other developers will come in and seek special deals like this developer is. This developer has not provided any good reasons for why they should get a special deal. They need to follow the Plaza overlay. If this project is permitted to go forward, we might as well just throw the Plaza overlay into the trash. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, yeah.
Dennis Burns is next.
No, go ahead, Bill.
Good afternoon. My name is William Phillips, and I also live at Parkway Towers. Just a couple points I want to make. When the council approved the Plaza overlay plan, they did it unanimously. In fact, Mayor Lucas at that time was a councilman, and he voted for it. In fact, I talked to him before the meeting, and he told me that it was going to pass. Another point I want to make, this is not the first time that someone has tried to make an exception to the Plaza overlay plan. About 3 years ago, the owner of the Plaza Medical Building asked permission to put 3 more stories on top of that building. 3 stories. That was denied. So I asked for you to consider what this would do to the Plaza overlay plan. We'll have people back again at Medical Plaza building. Commerce Bank will want to raise theirs. So I ask you to deny this as the staff has done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If there are other people using the Parkway Towers screen, are there going to be additional people speaking?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Then the next one is Dennis Burns, and we'll promote him now.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Burns, yeah, just take yourself off mute. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi. Good morning. Actually, no, not good morning anymore. Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Burns, here at 4622 Pennsylvania Avenue as a tenant of 46 Penn. Please understand, we're pro-development. We understand that that's healthy for the city, promotes opportunity, et cetera. I will just want to tell a real quick story. When we decided to move from Johnson County in the Lenexa area and look for a new place for our 40 employees of our architecture firm that's on a healthy rise in terms of growth, we looked very hard at many different locations, and we decided on 46 Penn, and we're really glad we've done that. When we made this decision, it was an increased cost as far as office location, no doubt about it. Our overhead has gone up, but we've created and we've picked this location because of the environment, because of the healthy lifestyle and options it gives our staff. It's been tremendous in terms of recruiting. It's even been better in terms of retention. We would have never picked a location if we felt like, for whatever reason, and I'm still not sure what the reason would be, why the overlay or the Plaza Bowl planning criteria is on the table. I guess I don't understand it, and I can't imagine looking out into you can see the view here. I just really, it's not what we signed up for. And I guess development happens, I understand. Not only does that, I'm sure the brick's going to be nice, but what about the sunlight? That open air feel. It's just, we're going to lose a lot here. And again, pro-development, I understand it. It's cost us more to be here, and you get what you pay for. And what we've got now is fantastic. I appreciate the process, and I appreciate the time. And I trust that everyone on the Planning Commission, in addition to City Council, will do the right thing and adhere to the policies that have been in place for quite some time. That's all I have.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Next one is Cliff Cowdy.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Hi, I'm Cliff Cowdy. I'm the president of the South Plaza Neighborhood Association. I live at 5050 Main. Sorry, I don't have a camera on my computer, but picture Andy Reid, because everybody says I look just like Andy Reid. He's also a neighbor of mine down here on the South Plaza. And I am here to say that the CPC should not recommend and should reject this development plan, to send a strong message to this developer that they should consider renovating that church building for the same new uses instead of tearing it down. As a church that is a great example of the original and existing mixed-use strategy of the plaza and retention of the structure adapted to a new use, that would strengthen the plaza. The developer has stated that he thinks the plaza is failing, but his added traffic congestion along 47th Street would hurt, not help the plaza. The demolition of the architecturally significant church that embodies the plaza heritage will undercut the uniqueness and strength of the plaza. The developer's action will hurt the image of the plaza that is a significant draw for both residents and visitors. So for those reasons, we recommend that this plan be rejected. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Next, there wasn't another person. I think he lowered his hand. But we do have Tyler Enders that would like to speak.
Okay.
Hey, I'm in support of this project. It's fascinating to me to hear that everyone loves the plaza so much and wants to keep it all to themselves and doesn't want anyone else there. And it's frustrating and disappointing to hear. So I have two businesses on the plaza making up just under 15,000 square feet, the Made in KC Marketplace and then Kindred. We're responsible for more local goods on the plaza than anyone else. And we've spawned off multiple other shops on the plaza. I'm down there 4 times a week and have been for over the last 4 years, and parking's not an issue. I park on all different parts of the plaza, walk all over the plaza, meet at different places on the plaza, and totally understand why a resident might feel one way about their street. But in terms of the parking that is available, there's plenty, and I'm down there every single Thanksgiving for the lighting. We're one of the shops that stays open 364 days a year. So I totally understand why people have this not in my backyard attitude, but it's somewhat disappointing. What I want to see most in the plaza and what my business partners and what our vendors want to see is activity. We want it to be family friendly. We want it to be inclusive. We want it to be dynamic. We want it to be the most exciting place in Kansas City. And for that, you need investment. And if you look at what Taubman has done, they haven't invested in the plaza. Everyone's excited about Ken Block's building, and it's because it was a great investment, and a lot of people have flocked to it, and they love it for all the reasons that we all love the plaza, but they say, no, we don't want anyone else down there to share it with us because it would block our view. When they stated there's many other reasons they want to be on the plaza besides that view. So I want to see investment. We always talk about our favorite neighbor is a restaurant. That is our favorite neighbor as a retail store. And we need more restaurants. Our neighbor for the last 4 years, and it's been vacant for 5.5 years, is Houston's. Houston's is vacant because the plaza refuses to invest in it. The ceilings are way too short. There's a parking garage on top of it. The sewage is awful. The plumbing is terrible. No one's willing to invest in it. There are multiple restaurants, whether it's Tealoft, whether it's Colvines, Hogshead, you name it. There are multiple restaurants that have been vacant for years. It's because the plaza refuses to invest in those restaurants. The reason that Prime works in Ken Block's building is because he built a building that's modern, and that's what we need more of. We need excitement on the plaza. We need that type of investment. I feel as though when I talk to young people, I feel as though I just kind of saw the old guard, and I have mad respect for all the people that have done all that stuff. But it's also frustrating to hear that, well, this policy that we enacted 20 years ago is still good today. We talk, and especially amongst my peers, and as someone who is an entrepreneur in a space that's very, very difficult and very, very competitive to be successful, you have to think outside the box. You have to be aspirational. And what I see is someone who's trying to be incredibly aspirational. Two of the most exciting things that we're really yet to fully enjoy are what Matt has done at the Jack Henry building. Chiefs Fit is sorely needed. The last gym that was on the plaza has been, vacant and defunct for over a decade, and it was underinvested in. And again, the plaza doesn't want to. Taubman, Macerich, and Simon don't want to do anything about that. And he's created an opportunity that if not for that, we would not have Chiefs Fit. Everyone that we talk to, besides restaurants, besides shopping, they want entertainment. The plaza has not managed to make that happen. And with Puttery, we now have an opportunity for something like that. We need to be an aspirational city. We want to be an aspirational city. There are trade-offs for that. Parking is a poor excuse. The reason that a lot of these conversations overlap is because a lot of the talking points came from the same place. And so it's frustrating to see, and I urge all of you to think a little bit more broadly about this and realize that there are a lot of people who support this, a lot of people that I've talked to, but they might not show up, they might not write a letter of support. And so I think that kind of explains the context for who we saw today.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Wanser is next, and I believe he's the last also.
Okay. Hi, Jim, can't hear you for some reason. You're off mute, but just can't hear you. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you, Mr. Wanzer. So let's go ahead and proceed. You said there's nobody else, Joe?
No one else with a raised hand.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and close all public testimony for this project. We're still on docket item number 4. And it seemed like there's several comments.
Chairman Crowell, I just have a question. Are you going to allow the applicant to respond to the comments that have come in?
Yes, that's where we are right now.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say we had several comments that came up as part of the public testimony, and I'm hoping that we can address them all. I've tried to keep notes and on what those are, and ready for your rebuttal on those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I think the 2 primary concerns, and I can tell you that Jim Wanzer is with Historic Kansas City Foundation. So my guess is comments that he was going to make have already been made. There were 2 primary concerns that you heard discussed during the public testimony. That was both the building height and parking. I'm first going to address the building height and talk a little bit about creation of the Plaza Bowl overlay zoning district. So if you specifically look at the language contained in the code adopting the Plaza Overlay Bowl zoning district, Plaza Bowl overlay zoning district, as I pointed to in my slide presentation, there is a provision in the ordinance adopting the Plaza Bowl that says, pursuant to Chapter 88 Code of Ordinances, 88-517 Development Plan Review and Approval, the City Council may approve deviations to the height limits set forth by this overlay in conjunction with an approved development plan. And here's the qualifier, says if the proposed use is consistent with the zoning of the property. That is what is required in order to obtain a deviation. That is the language directly from the ordinance adopting the Plaza Bowl overlay district. I know Mr. Coffrin tried to tell you that there was a hardship requirement, but there is no hardship requirement. It simply speaks to whether or not it is consistent with the zoning of the surrounding property. So we certainly believe we've not only shown that it's consistent with the zoning of the surrounding property, but it is consistent with the building heights. And I think you need to really take our property into context with what is around it. You can't, everybody has justified it by saying, oh, that was pre-Plaza Bowl overlay ordinance adoption. I don't think you can ignore that. I think you have to look at what exists and determine what is best in terms of the context. And as we've shown, we've really tried to match up what exists around us by creating the 45-foot height limit at the front along 47th Street and stepping back to the property. I know Mr. Block said he wants the same rules as everybody else as he has to comply to. But if you look at where the Plaza Bowl overlay ordinance boundaries are, his property directly behind us is specifically written out of that. He did not have to comply with the Plaza Bowl overlay ordinance. And then the second big issue, and I'm going to let Matt Pennington summarize everything, was related to parking. The code requirement for parking requires 264 spaces. We have provided for in excess of 264 spaces, and we have spaces directly adjacent, and then ones that we will use for a valet employee customer parking. And we certainly are as concerned about the safety of our customers as anybody else. So we certainly believe that the plan we're working on will provide for that. And the conditions that are contained in the ordinance says that has to be approved. So I'll let Matt speak at this point. We would respectfully request that you recommend approval subject to the conditions contained in the staff conditions.
Yeah, thanks, Patricia. I think just adding to, I've talked to a lot of, obviously, my peer group as well as we try to reshape the plaza, and we want it to be something special, just like it has been over the last 80 years. Restaurants are key. So that's why, that's why that is on our corner as well, as we think it's just imperative to have more of on the plaza, and it's a compliment to Jack Henry. So just to echo on the question of parking, we are working with the folks that did the parking study for the plaza on the failed Nordstrom's deal that hasn't happened. That study back in 16, it collected data in 16 and 17, which I've reviewed that study, and it basically breaks down every garage by day, time, hour. Happy to provide the statistics to that study. Even though that's irrelevant to this plan, I know it was brought up today that there was, not enough parking on the plaza. That study in itself shows that, the overparked scenario of the plaza, basically with raw statistics. Regardless of what that plan said, what that study said, we have engaged that same group and have worked with Jeff Williams with the staff to come up with the exact scope to meet the criteria of the alternate parking plan. We intend to meet the code as it relates to it, and we intend to work with staff to not only come up with basically an efficient, a secure, and a successful valet and customable parking plan that we can basically implement for our tenants during its peak use periods to alleviate any of those questions, those concerns that people have. You see this in Chicago and New York, similar scenarios of, where people are valeting a distance away. It's how that plan is implemented. And we're working with Lockton to not only implement the plan, but provide additional security as it relates to not only the Cosina building, but to Lockton employees and Jack Henry employees and staff as we try and implement kind of a global plan. So I can tell you we haven't taken it lightly. We hear and are trying to adhere to those concerns as it relates to parking. We have a long-term agreement recorded at the Bellevue property for the 225 stalls. So, we continue to basically refine and perfect our plan, and we're working with our two users, the two restaurants on 2nd and 3rd floor right now, to help refine that plan because they know best. I think we heard from Steve Weiss with Cameron today. We're trying to provide a similar type of customer experience that he's provided at 46 Penn. So, adding just some additional comments on, hey, this developer needs to follow the rules. I think we all need to understand that 46 Penn was in the Midtown plan and it was at 10 stories. Their building is, that 46 Penn is 14 stories. And then also Mr. Block is doing another project at 47th and Madison, which is in the Midtown plan, and it calls for 45 to 90 feet, which he's proposing a building in excess of 200. So I think all that's relevant to today's discussion just because that's factual. And the only difference on our plan is that it was codified as we were working through plans on Jack Henry in 18. It was codified on the church in 2019. So all those facts just need to come to the forefront and be evaluated by everyone as they make their decision. Thanks.
Again, we thank you for your time. I think Matt is correct. It was codified on us, but at the time of codification, as I stated, we were told we could provide for the deviation request. So we really thank you for your time and attention. I know this case has taken a long time.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I'm going to close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. I'm sure there might be some questions commissioners have throughout the discussion of the public testimony and just some general thoughts as well. Anybody want to go first on this?
I'm just curious on the question of the parking up at Bellevue and 47th. That's a long way to walk. Who is using that parking, and what's the thought behind that?
We're coming up with a parking plan with our parking valet operator, which we will also have a shuttle service from that garage for employees and customers. So that plan is being refined at the moment, and also will be defined and shown logistically how that will work in our complete parking study provided by Walker Consultants, the same people that did the Plaza Nordstrom study.
Okay, so you would have a shuttle going up late at night to that garage?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think I have a question for Joseph regarding this Plaza Bow plan. Has there been any amendments or updated to this plan since its first inception?
The overlay district, is that what you're referencing? The Plaza Bowl overlay?
Yes.
No, there has not.
And when was this done?
I don't have the exact date. It was probably right around 2019, as has been mentioned by a few other people. We could get that information for you.
So it's relatively new is what I'm getting at. Okay. And then I have a question for Mr. Pennington and Ms. Jensen. It's been commented that the upper floors are condos. And am I following you right that each floor is one unit?
Correct.
So my difficulty with that is you're telling me that whoever buys one whole floor is willing to park at an undisclosed place each time they are in that unit? You have no on-site parking for them?
Yeah, that also is going to work hand in hand with our valet operator. You see that in Chicago, New York all the time, where your car is parked in a different location, and then you ring essentially the bellman to where they go and get your car at any time.
And then if I go back to one of my earlier notes I made, the church currently doesn't have on-site parking with the building they currently have. So being in this new one, they will still not have any dedicated parking as well. Is that correct?
No, we are fulfilling the code of basically requested amount of stalls as it relates to the church. We are fulfilling that in our alternative parking plan.
And all of this alternative parking plan is not dependent upon the ownership of the parking that is currently on the plaza? Correct.
That's right. I mean, the plaza itself owns, the garages surrounding our property, more or less. Granada, which is catty corner.
So I'm having difficulty in how you would help others that are not familiar with your parking arrangements not to take advantage of the parking on site that the plaza has.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to have to be a process that our parking valet operator helps implement, right? And we'll have a valet stand out front where people can see that that's how you're going to park there. But again, I can't, you're right. It's tough to police the parking, of exactly where exactly where people are going to park.
So you keep kind of depending on valet parking, and that's not where my emphasis is. The average person just comes to the plaza, finds a parking place, and goes to the venue that they're trying to go to. So I'm seeing that being a major issue of the current parking facilities that are there on the plaza. I think the majority of the parking for those people will occur inside the locked-in building, which we have a lease on. It's also going to be a natural extension of what exists out at the plaza today. So people going to our building will also be shopping on the plaza.
So I guess to put it another way, how are you going to notify people where they can park for this building specifically? How's the communication going to take place on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that has to be communicated out front of the building as it relates to the valet. You know, I mean, right now you travel up 47th Street, and I guess you could argue the fact that, you know, how do you see people parking over in Valencia from 46 Penn that walk into Ocean Prime, right? So it's tough to monitor that, but I will plan to have basically security and a valet operator out front, making it known that they can valet for their stalls. At the end of the day, Jack Henry is the same type. In our Jack Henry building, it is open essentially to the public too. I can't monitor that. That's open 24/7. So someone technically could either park in Jack Henry and go to Ocean Prime. So it's a very difficult process to monitor for the entire plaza, you know, as a whole.
Sarah, I have a question for you now. I know that it's been told that we are not to consider projects before they come before our commission, but it's been mentioned today about pending development that's also going to affect this area. How can we address that information that's been given to us today by the citizens that have testified?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question, but let me try to respond. So if you are receiving information outside of a public meeting about a project that will come before you, you would be required to recuse. The fact that people made some statements today in a public meeting, I don't think that creates an issue.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to figure out, because they've talked about pending projects coming and how that's going to affect parking and how that's going to affect buildings with the height restrictions as well. And my thought was, okay, so how can we factor that information into what we're considering on an overall picture of the area? So thank you for clarifying that for me, Sarah.
Sure.
Commissioner Beasley, the overlay district in question, Ordinance 190100, was passed February 14th of 2019.
Thank you so much, Anna. No, Anna, right?
Can I ask a follow-up question, Anna? So that, as I understand it, that 2019 overlay was really to codify the intents that were made back in the late 80s around the plan. Does that?
Yeah, it was a codification of the Plaza Bowl policy.
Okay, so like because I just want to emphasize that it wasn't as if the design intent was designed a couple of years ago. That has been in place for decades, but this really just was an enforcement mechanism for that. Isn't an accurate statement?
Yeah, they took the policy and we made it law.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I might just make a comment, which is to me at the top of my decision tree. There's a lot of good things that have been mentioned on both sides of this conversation, but I just think from my standpoint, one of the most valuable tools that the city and our commission has is to create reliable ground rules for how development is made and to stick to those rules. So I think we heard a number of people mention that. That's not only valuable to building owners and developers, it's valuable to our ability to lend on properties, and it's also valuable to the community at large that they know what kind of neighborhood they're moving into and what can be built there for the future. So to me, 115 feet off of a plan that could be argued one of the most thoughtful plans that's been overlay district and planning processes that's been done in the city just seems like it's a slap in the face to the entire process of planning here. So I'm going to be a no for this one.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments?
I just want to just double down and support the comments that Commissioner Sandowski made. I think, well, for me, I love development. I like innovation, the modern aspects of development, but I also really appreciate the architectural integrity and fabric of a space and a community, the engagement, the people who live there, who have invested. And it's always easy to see on the front end the vacancies, but you can't see what are the repercussions or impact of a proposed development that has had so much pushback from community, not only from folks who live here, but also from businesses that have already invested in the plaza. I think it's a great development. Maybe the plaza is not the best place for it. I'm not here to decide that, but certainly from what we've heard here today, the policy, the ground rules, the thoughtful aspects and the process of planning that's gone into this district is going to be a no for me.
Okay.
Too, I think there's just been a lot of planning put into the character of the plaza. And I think having this type of deviation isn't in line with the character. And so for me, I'm going to be a no as well. I'm still concerned about the parking. I don't think the Bellevue is really it's just too far for me to say that's a viable way to go about it. And I know where I would park if I was going to those restaurants, and it probably wouldn't be a valet. It'd be probably in one of the parking spots across the street.
Okay. Anybody else got any comments? So I'd state mine as well. I like the project. I like the look of it. I like what's being presented on it. The challenge I have is there's too many things going against the project itself in this area that I don't like, that there's not any parking available on this site. It is going to create a little bit of traffic in that. I was a little concerned when some folks brought up issues with the financial values and what the effect that would have on, surrounding buildings around this particular development. That's a concern. And the other thing is the protection of the historical neighborhoods. Again, it is a modern facility. It does take into account the characteristics of the plaza, but it does have an effect on the actual historic neighborhoods in the area, especially the plaza as a whole. Again, I like the project, but there's so many things going against it with the ordinances, the bowl, the height, and parking that it's hard to support the thing. So I will also be a no. Anybody else have any comments? Commissioner Rojas, I can't hear you, sir. You're on mute. There you go.
Okay. We love our cars, sometimes to our own detriment. We've seen it over and over again, and we'll probably see it some more. And more attention needs to be put on people's right to go where they want to go or park their cars where they can't park them. But it's a difficult problem. I too, there's much to be said about this project. It looks nice, it's gorgeous, but to build it to the detriment of so many neighbors around there and the entire community for that matter, I think I have to vote no.
Okay. Looking for a motion, please. So whoever does make the motion, just remember that the city's recommendation or staff's recommendation is for denial. So I think however you state your motion, that you just be very clear on what you support or not support the actual project itself.
Oh, never mind. Bruce got it. Go ahead, Bruce.
No, you go.
No, I was just asking for clarity because I messed this up. It's like I move to approve denial of docket item 4.
Second.
Okay, so the motion is for denial of docket item number 4, and which is in support of the staff recommendation. So Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the Planning Commission's recommendation moving forward to the council is for denial of this case, and that would be in support of city staff's recommendation. We certainly appreciate you bringing it in and all the presentation, and everybody out there that also discussed the project and your input. Thanks for your time and patience on this. We appreciate everybody's effort with this particular project. So thank you again. All right. Keep charging ahead here. So we're on docket item number 4 and got a little ways to go. So let's go ahead and go on to docket item number 5, and Commissioner Baker is going to be recused on this one.
All right, docket item 5 is case number SUP 2022-00016. Request to approve a special use permit on half an acre at the southeast corner of 17th and Grand to allow for a drive-through financial institution. Matt Barnes is our staff planner.
Okay. Should be able to see that now. Good afternoon. Matthew Barnes, City Planning Development. With us today, we have case number CD SUP 2022-00016, which is a special use permit for a drive-through bank located at 1729 Grand for BOK Financial. The subject's location is in just south of the downtown loop within the Crossroads Art District. You can see here it is located along Grand Avenue and 17th. It is within the same block as the former KC Star building, which is being redeveloped into the Grand Place, which will be a mixed-use building with office, restaurants, and retail. Here's a view of the site which the bank will be located on from the intersection of 17th and Grand Boulevard. As you can see, the site is currently just a surface parking lot. A side note for this, the Grand Place, which you can see in the background there, they will have parking on site too, so this is not impacting their development. Here's just an overall site plan of the proposed bank. You can see that the drive-through location is on the east side of the building, shown by that red arrow there. Traffic will enter from 17th and is proposed to exit onto Grand Boulevard. This project is in front of you today because the developer is proposing a drive-through function on a regulated boulevard, which is Grand Boulevard. The traffic is proposed to flow in the way that it is because if traffic was to enter the site off of Grand Boulevard, cars turning left from southbound will be forced to turn from the left-hand turning lane of Grand Boulevard. If that is clear, this view should show up. To the far right of the building is where the proposed entrance is. This is a site view from 17th and Grand. Here's the back side of the building. That is the proposed canopy for the drive-through function. And this is a southward looking view from 17th Street. You can see that there is a landscape area along the pedestrian path, and the building cantilevers over that landscaped area to come out to the edge of the sidewalk. The other night, we received, yesterday received a letter of opposition. I will pause to let you read this and we'll go from there. Staff will be recommending approval with conditions for the special use permit for a drive-through bank on docket number 5. The applicant is on screen. They may be able to answer a few more questions. Otherwise, I am open for questions on this.
Is there a time limit on this proposed special use permit?
We did not implement one.
Okay.
We've not
So,
historically, Mr. Chair, historically, we've not done that for financial institutions with drive-throughs, especially if they're new construction like this one is.
So can I clarify the area, y'all? This is on the corner of 18th and Grand?
17th and Grand, yeah. So
Isn't there a drive-through on the corner of 18th and Grand?
I am not familiar.
I think it's just, I think it's the UMB, isn't it a UMB bank that's on the corner? On the southwest corner?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Go ahead.
As the applicant, we have a couple additional slides, if that's helpful, or is that should happen at this time, or should we?
Yep, hang on a second. I just want to make sure the commissioners don't have any questions for staff yet. Can you stop sharing, Matt, by chance? There you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to the case. So Mr. McCabe, go right ahead.
Well, thank you for your time, everyone. My name is Ryan McCabe. I'm an architect at BNIM. Our address is 2460 Pershing Road, Kansas City, Missouri.
We're kind of having about every other word in, Mr. McCabe. I have a little hard time hearing you.
Tell you what, this is Kevin Kramer with BOK Financial. I can jump in until Ryan gets his audio figured out, if that's all right, Commissioner.
Okay.
My name is Kevin Kramer. I'm the market CEO for BOK Financial here in Kansas City. I personally have been a resident in Kansas City since 1989 and actually officed on Grand Boulevard for a total of 16 years during my career here, so I'm very familiar with the area. The crossroads and downtown is very important to BOK Financial. And as we looked at opportunities to grow and further commit to Kansas City, the opportunity to build there at Grand Place was very important and made a lot of sense for our company. And as Ryan and the folks at BNI will share, it's just not a little standalone branch. There's other things available for the community use in this project. We're really excited to put forward. We did not ask for any incentives for this project. We felt it's stood alone by itself. And so we were excited to get started on this particular project. As we looked at the project, we looked at opportunities to serve our clients, many of which who use our current Crossroads location, either live or work in the Crossroads area. So we felt it was very important to look at their needs. And we initially looked at building this project without a drive-through location to see if that would fit the needs of our clients. And, as you would imagine during the pandemic, drive-throughs were essential to all banks, not just ours, but to everyone. So we didn't want to use those numbers to talk to the commission, but what we have done is looked at, been fully open since June of 2021. And we've looked at our traffic patterns so far this year. And about 51% of our transaction volume comes through a drive-through in the Crossroads location. So it is a very important piece of our customers' ability to do business with us. I think even we all hope we don't have to go through something similar to the pandemic, but it was essential for our customers to have a drive-through opportunity when the pandemic was happening. So that's why we felt this was very important. Just a couple other pieces I'll mention. The drive-through, as Ryan did explain is on the east side of the building. So we tried to minimize not only through traffic patterns, but visual to Grand Boulevard. So if you're on Grand Boulevard, you would have even a hard time seeing that drive-through location. And in talking with our retail associates, we rarely have more than 2 cars in line for a drive-through lane in the crossroads. So thus, there won't be extended on a regular basis. There will not be extended lines in that drive-through location. And lastly, I'll turn it back to BNIM, but I'll mention we did choose BNIM as the architect, not only because of their Kansas City presence, but their crossroads presence. We felt like they were the best equipped to design a facility that would fit with the crossroads in downtown Kansas City. With that, I'll turn it back over to Ryan.
Thanks, Kevin. Can you all hear me now? I turned off my video, if that's all right, just to see if that helps with the connection. Awesome.
Yeah,
well,
that's not better.
Well, I'm Ryan McCabe. I'm an architect with BNIM. We're at 2460 Pershing Road in Kansas City, Missouri. I might share my screen quickly just to show a bit more about the project and elaborate on what Matthew already kind of presented. So I think, as he mentioned, you know, the existing corner is currently a surface parking lot that's vastly underutilized. It's across the street from a Sinclair station and a parking lot to the north. And then it's really a part of the kind of Grand Place redevelopment project, which is a redevelopment of the historic Kansas City Star building. And so, you know, we thought it's really important for this to be kind of an urban development, but also development that relates to the historic character and nature of the historic Star building. From a site planning standpoint, I think as both Matt and Kevin mentioned, we, you know, while we believe that the drive-through is absolutely necessary in order for BOK to serve their clients, we wanted to do everything in our power to ensure that that didn't appreciate the kind of pedestrian and urban nature of the site. And so we have sited the building so that it is at the property line of Grand Boulevard and 17th Street on the corner. So the building goes all the way up to the corner. We've created large expanses of glass at the northwest and southwest corner so that the activity within the building and transparency between the interior and exterior is present. And then we've ensured to have an entry along Grand Boulevard so that it is accessible for pedestrian traffic, as well as an ATM on the south of the building so that pedestrians can flow naturally into the site and make transactions at the ATM. The final piece is the landscaping. While the site is constrained in terms of the building and parking, we've worked to integrate additional street trees and landscaping along the boulevard, as well as generous plantings to the north and south of the building in order to screen parking and really beautify the site. And those, you'll see those here in a second, some of the exterior views. So this is a view from 17th and Grand. Again, a high degree of transparency into the lobby of the bank. Up above is a presentation room, a large meeting room with, again, a high degree of transparency, and then a roof deck for kind of events. And so again, really kind of activating this corner as much as possible. I mentioned the street trees, but also the landscaping is a native woodland mix. So really help to kind of manage stormwater, but also kind of beautify the site and with species that are native and will be established within our region. And then from a kind of a building articulation, really playing off of the historic Star building. So creating kind of a series of punched openings along the boulevard that play off of the rhythm of the historic building, and then utilizing materials that are really within the character of the crossroads. So brick and wood and glass neighborhood. Quickly, just a view from the south. So that's the ATM that's off of the pedestrian way. And then the drive-through, again, shielded all the way to the back on the east side of the building, so that really the only zone in which you have a view of the drive-through is from the kind of northeast corner. This is a view of the interior lobby. So again, transparency to the both 17th Street and to Grand Boulevard, as well as the kind of native landscaping there. A view of kind of the break room and pre-function space for that upstairs meeting room. And again, a high degree of transparency on that northwest corner with views back to downtown. I think the kind of final piece, we have had our public engagement meeting, which was candidly not super well attended. However, there were a number of neighborhood members who did attend and gave feedback. And I think the majority of the comments were around bicycle and pedestrian safety, which we're looking at further as to how we can ensure that the project will create a safe environment for cyclists, for pedestrian activity along the sidewalk, as well as any vehicular traffic on site. And so we're kind of following up as to what that may mean. And with that, I think we'd ask for the kind of approval of this special use permit, and really appreciate your time today. Open it up to any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yep, I have one. I understand the intent of the flow of direction of traffic for the drive-through. The lead bank is on the southeast corner of, I think, Main and 18th, and it's very similar. They actually have it flow the opposite direction. Was the intent that it would more likely pass, or is that truly what you all would prefer to have, where it is slightly less comfortable or less common for most people to be entering in the opposite direction?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. We kind of studied it both ways. I think one, from a kind of site flow of traffic, it minimizes the number of kind of left turns into the drive-through. But there was also, we've met with Parks and as well as Plan and Development, and I think there's comments from Parks about concerns of potential traffic backing up onto Grand Boulevard, and so it's also a response to some of their concerns on the site as well. So I guess kind of twofold response.
And this might be getting ahead because I'm supportive of it as it is, but I think it actually makes more sense to make it something that most people are already habitually familiar with. But thank you.
Any other questions?
I had a question. I don't mind the drive-through per se, but I wondered if there was an opportunity to do one-way traffic so that you could particularly narrow down the curb cut on Grand. So if you had one-way traffic, you could split that in half and you'd get a lot less surface parking. You could do some angled parking. Is that something that has been explored, or you'd be open to? It'd get you the same number of parking spots, but it would just cut down on your two-way traffic and it'd cut down on your paving area.
I think that's a really good question, Ashley. I think one thing that we didn't mention is that entry will be shared for loading and trash for the Grand Place development. And so really that kind of curb cut was kind of approved as a part of the larger Grand Place master plan, which is using that not only for just the parking on our site, but also for and trash for the Grand Place facility. And so I think limiting it to one way might challenge the ability in order for that to work. But I think it's a great point.
Yeah, and knowing that, I mean, I think that's completely reasonable if that does not allow for your truck traffic to go through there. But I might ask a condition to just explore that, just to see if there's opportunity to narrow down that paving area. Because the goal with Crossroads is to have as few paved parking lots as possible. So.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none. So let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's somebody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Any other thoughts, Mr. Kramer or Mr. McCabe on this project?
I will just add that we appreciate the opportunity, and especially after the agenda you've had today. I know you've been on this a long time. We appreciate you considering our request.
Thank you. Well, we're just getting started, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and close testimony. And if there's no discussion amongst the commissioners, then I'll take a motion, please.
I'll do a motion to approve a special use permit for docket item 5 with the condition that they add a study of a one-way traffic study for the parking.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5 with the addition of a condition to look into the traffic within there so they can reduce the amount down. So Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender, Beasley,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, thank you for bringing the case in. It looks like it's approved, 7-0, and so good luck as you move forward.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, rapidly moving on here. So we're up to docket item number 7, please.
Docket item 7 is case number SUP 2022-00014. Request to approve a special use permit to allow the conversion of a religious assembly building to a hotel with 4 hotel rooms located at West 39th Terrace and Broadway Boulevard. Andrew Clark is the staff plan.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, presented before you is docket number 7, SUP 2022 number 14. And this is at 3931 Washington Street. And this is a request for the approval of a special use permit for a hotel. The site is located in Midtown in the Westport area, as well as the Valentine neighborhood. You can see the site outlined in yellow here. This is going to be a familiar site. On April 5th, the City Planning Commission approved a project plan for an event space with a max occupancy of 240 guests. Before you today, I will get here is, again, this is the view looking west from Broadway at the old First Swedish Church, which is on the National Register of Historic Places. And then here's a view looking southeast from West 39th Terrace. So this project does require a special use permit. Our code says if a property is located in the B3-2 zoning district and adjacent to and within 150 feet of a boulevard, that a special use permit is required for a hotel use. If there was no boulevard here, the hotel would have been permitted outright, and you would not be seeing this case. On the screen is the approval criteria for a special use permit. This project does comply with the standards of our zoning and development code. It's just for entitlement purposes, a special use permit is required. It is in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood and community. And staff's opinion is that this is in a entertainment district and they are only proposing 4 hotel rooms. It's compatible with the character. It also is compatible with the area plan. And they are not doing any exterior structural changes to the building. So therefore it has no impact on the historic structure itself. And I just wanted to go over our zoning and development code, the definition of a hotel or motel use. It is a short-term lodging is offered for compensation that may or may not include the service of one or more meals to guests. So there's no requirement in the code that a hotel shall be staffed 24/7. Staffless hotels can still provide support to guests through the use of technology. And the hotel rooms proposed here are really geared towards the weddings that will be taking place at this site. So you don't have to stay at a hotel prior to a wedding or after a wedding. Staff does recommend approval with conditions, and staff is recommending a condition that this use be permitted for 2 years from the date of approval by the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and then renewal will be required to the special use permit once it hits the expiration date. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff?
I have a question.
Okay.
Didn't we hear something on this property before for it to be the event space, and we talked about housing?
He mentioned, so I mentioned earlier in April 5th, the project plan came before you for the event space. That was when the applicant was still planning on just using the rooms that exist in this building as bridal suites. Now the applicant would also like to use those suites or convert them into actual hotel rooms so that guests can actually stay on the premises before, during, and after a wedding, or even when there is no event at the space. So what you're doing is you would be approving an additional use at this site. And because it's on a boulevard, it does require a special use permit.
I was thinking we did that when it came before us the first time.
No lodging was approved at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Andrew, what's the thought behind a 2-year approval?
There was concern from the Valentine Neighborhood Association. I thought that 2 years would allow time to have the applicant prove that they can responsibly and successfully run this hotel use without any severe detriments to the neighborhood. Any special use permit can be revoked if it's being abused at any time. But typically, staff will look at anywhere between 2 to 5 years whenever issuing a special use permit, depending on the circumstances. A 1-year expiration period to me is just, that moves so quickly. Once they're approved by the Board of Zoning Adjustment, they still have to go through building code and get this up to all of those standards. So I don't see them having this use available, within 6 months. But Mr. Maddox can elaborate on their time frame. I don't know the applicant's construction schedule.
Yeah, and was there another community outreach with the addition of the four hotel rooms?
Yes, the special use permit did require public engagement, and that is attached to the staff report. The applicant held a meeting at the, I believe, Plaza Branch Library and notified the neighborhood.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Maddox with Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm, address of 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Suite 300. Joe, if we could please promote Johnny Youssef and Adam Pfeiffer, who who are part of the project team. Johnny is the developer and Adam's the architect for this project. If you guys could raise your hand, then Joe can promote you. I do have a short presentation on this matter, but I think what I want to do is first address the question posed by Commissioner Beasley. Just to clarify, this project was before you in April, I think it was April 5th. And at that point in time, we had identified what we were calling bridal suites as part of that project plan. And those bridal suites were essentially kitchenettes, couches, TVs, kind of lounge areas used as staging for the wedding parties. With this request before you today for the special use permit, what we're trying to do is come in and complete our entitlement plan, which had always called for kind of a hotel use that would allow for overnight stays of the wedding party guests. And we'll get into kind of why that's important here in a minute. But if you recall kind of that piece of the plan, what we're doing here today is just the next extension of what was already approved, and really just looking at allowing overnight stays as part of those 4 suites. So if I can share my screen. Can you all see that PowerPoint?
Yes. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So again, the applicant today requests that the City Plan Commission recommend approval of a special use permit to allow 4 hotel rooms in a B3-2 zoning district as a secondary use to the approved indoor event space and wedding venue, subject to staff conditions. Again, this property was originally before you in April 5th of 2022. It's a companion case, again, to enlarge or expand the approved suite use to allow for overnight stays. The history of this project dates back to 1872 with the founding of the church by Swedish immigrants who built this property in 1922 through 1923. And this property was continuously used as a church as recently as this past year when it was leased by the Refuge of KC. And then there was a single apartment unit that was also located on the first floor of this space. Again, we are at 3931 Washington at the southwest corner of 39th and Broadway. It's zone B32. There's no rezoning requested or required. And again, we're just here today to look at the proposed conversion of those 4 suites into 4 hotel units. And we're here because even though this hotel use would be permitted by right in the zoning district, we are required to get a special use permit because we are within 150 feet of Broadway. As Andrew mentioned, this property is part of an historic landmark designated in 2018, and that'll come into play as we talk a little bit about parking. This slide kind of shows the progression of what was the historic use of this property, what was approved as recently as April, and then why we're here today in the very last column. So you can see that the historic use and the approved use that was part of this earlier CPC case in April really was a continuation of the uses that have always existed at this property. Again, it was a religious ceremony, wedding venue where people would get married. We're continuing that history and we're want to kind of build upon that history and that legacy. The only thing that changes is some of the offices, which are not historic by nature, and the classrooms that were used to support Sunday school activities. Again, not historic, those will be converted into these bridal suites that we're talking about. So again, when we get into the overall goals of this project, we really want to try to preserve the historic character of the building. And so we're not touching any of the exterior renovations or modifications. We really want to preserve that historic features and historic use as a wedding venue and a reception area. The reason that hotel uses are why you might see more and more of these is that in the marketplace today, there are a number of event venues that kind of offer places where elderly guests, grandparents, or maybe young families with children that go to bed before the party ends, it gives them a place that they can still be part of the family, still part of the ceremony and the reception, but gives them a kind of a quiet place that they can go seclude themselves, take a rest. And so this is an example. This is 28 event space at 1300 West 28th Street. On the first floor of the property, this is kind of their reception area, but then they have a loft area that comes off the spiral staircase, and they've got 2 bedrooms here, again, as a space where you can go remove yourself, but still kind of be a part of the action. Loose Mansion is a very popular wedding venue here in Kansas City. They actually have a carriage house that has up to, I think, 5 bedrooms as part of their property. And on their website, they really hit the nail on the head. They explain that couples will use these rooms as part of their wedding night. Grandparents or families with young children who have difficulty making it through the entire event. That's really what these wedding hotel rooms are designed to serve. And then the final one is Legacy at Green Hills, again, converted a former farmhouse into 12 guest bedrooms. So again, that's just kind of the examples as to why this hotel use is being requested. As Andy mentioned, this is the SUP review criteria for this case. I think that when we look at what is before you today, and we're only looking at the approval of 4 hotel rooms, I think it's pretty easy to go through these 5 criteria and see that we will not have a material adverse impact to public convenience or have a negative impact on the surrounding area, and that our project is compatible with nearby development. And to illustrate that, on this slide, I've shown that there are at least 3 hotels within a mile of our project. Town Place Suites, AC Hotel, Embassy Suites, all what we would traditionally call, larger hotel chains. Again, our use, our 4 hotel use that's before you today is relatively small in comparison to those areas. When we did have our neighborhood meeting, as part of the prior discussion that we had, as you might recall, in our earlier case, one issue that came up was parking. We discussed at our last CPC commission meeting that the Kansas City Zoning and Development Code does not require an applicant that's trying to rehabilitate a historic property to come up with parking, in part because the city code wants to encourage redevelopment and rehabilitation of these historic properties. So again, this hotel use is going to be within an historic structure, and so it does meet that exemption for on-site parking. Additionally, though, we do want to be considerate to our neighbors, and so when we looked at another KC code provision, if you take away the historic nature of this property and just look at what the code would otherwise require for this project, enlargements and expansions are discussed in KC Code Section 88-420-02B. And the purpose of this code section is not to require someone to come in and fulfill a lawfully existing parking deficit. And so what this requires us to do is look at what did the code require in terms of the number of parking spaces when there was a lawfully established use, such as the church, and then what would be required today for a wedding event venue. And so as a church, the parking ratio was 450 to 7. That would require 65 parking spaces that are an existing lawful deficit. So we would not be required to come in with a parking solution to address any of that lawful deficit. What we did was we intentionally limited the capacity of our event venue to 240 persons, which means that our event venue and reception hall is only required to provide up to 60 parking spaces. And then each one of our 4 hotel rooms is required to provide 1 space for a total of 64 parking spaces, which means that we will have less of an impact with this new adaptive reuse of this historic building than what would otherwise have been required if a parking requirement was imposed on a church use. But again, we do want to try to solve the parking problem. And so as we mentioned last time, we have reached out to no fewer than 6 nearby businesses and owners of property that have parking available, and we still have not had any luck in trying to get any one of those property owners to agree to lease space to us on either a short-term or a part-time basis. And so I do have Johnny, who can talk more about long-term plans of what he wants to see in terms of how he's going to address the parking solution for his guests, but that's really more of a business operational concern than it is a requirement of the Zoning and Development Code. I do want to note, though, that for purposes of today's request, when we look at what is the impact of 4 hotel rooms and the 4 parking spaces that would otherwise be required, our architect did do a kind of visual survey of what on-site, what street side parking is available within like a kind of a 2-block radius of the subject. And so when we look at the boundary map here in terms of what street parking is available, there are about 243 parking spots that are available on the existing streets. And again, today, our request for 4 hotel rooms would only require that we would have to provide 4 parking spaces if we weren't exempt. And I don't think that 4 parking spaces would have a negative material impact to any parking issues that may come up in this neighborhood. Again, I did reference this on our last meeting about the extension of the KC streetcar. We are very excited for that eventual opening. I know construction is slated to begin in the fall of 2023, but we do think that that will also help alleviate some of the traffic patterns that may otherwise be attributable to our project. We did meet with the neighborhood group in person at the Plaza branch of the KC Library, and there were 7 participants that showed up. And then there was a resident of the nearby neighborhood who wanted to testify in support of the project here today. But unfortunately, with how long CPC ran, he was not able to testify, but he did send an email to Johnny, which we have passed along to public engagement, indicating again his strong support for this project. He supports not only the wedding venue, he also supports the 4 hotel rooms. He was very connected to this church. He attended it in the 90s as a member. He met his wife here at the church. He lives in the Valentine neighborhood, and he's lived there for over 25 years. And he actually would like to maybe one day even rent a hotel room from Johnny. So we do have some support from residents, and we may have additional supporters available online. So again, we would just respectfully request that the City Plan Commission recommend approval of a special use permit. And I would then ask Johnny if he wants to add anything before we take any questions. Johnny, you're on mute.
Thank you, everyone. I'll try to be brief. I know you've had a long day, but this is specifically today is for the 4 hotel rooms. From my understanding, based on the square footage we have, is that the building can really fit closer to 20 plus rooms for hotels. But we're just being very minimal here, just with 4 very reasonable requests, given that we just want to have an outlet like Chris mentioned for guests coming, or if we have any events where they can stay there safely. I've had a lot of support. My biggest support has been Reverend Paul Smith, who was the pastor of the church for almost 50 years, from 1963 to 2012. And he's here with us, and he can testify of his support. He's said that he's had thousands of weddings and events there, and he thinks that our use is actually a lot less than what it used to be. As you can see, originally it can have more than 450 at a time. So I have a lot of support. I've had few concerns, and I believe it's neighbors that, in my opinion, maybe got used to having the church be less vacant or underused, so they don't want to see much of a change. But I do want to just kind of bring up that based on the church history and speaking with the pastor, what we're doing is actually an underuse. I also want to share that one concern was, well, yes, the church has been used for a lot, but people have not been there overnight. But I do want to just remind you that this church did have someone living in it. There's an apartment right now downstairs, and it was a lived-in apartment for an individual always that was kind of a caretaker of the church. So the church has had at least 1 unit with someone living in it. Finally, I have photos. I went at night several times and I took pictures of the parking situations. I went on a Tuesday night, I went on a Thursday night, and I went on weekends, just because I wanted to see if the very few neighbors concerned with parking is an actual legitimate issues. And I can tell you that there's almost no cars on any corner on that street, even overnight. The only time that area was slightly busy was during the day, because you have a school next door, and then you have the Catholic Mass for the church right behind it. So that's the only time where I would say it was about 50% full on the street, but otherwise at night it's always empty. So I actually think my use will require a lot less traffic than what originally the church has seen throughout the decades. And that's it. I'm happy to share any photos if you'd like, but that's all here.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yeah, I've got a question. Can you give us an overview of how you're going to operate the hotel and the rooms and the security? And just one, I think it's a different use to maybe what we approved previously. So I'm just interested in, are you going to staff it? How's it all going to work?
Yes, absolutely. So it's only going to have 4 units. And with 4 units, we will do a few things. Of course, we'll have security. We'll have as far as cameras. And we will also, during any event, we will have full-time staff there. So when there's a wedding, for example, we will have staff from the very beginning to the very end until the event is locked and secured. So as far as security, we'll have physical personnel there during events. But when it comes to the hotel itself, those 4 units, just like an Airbnb where guests can come spend the night and they lock in, lock out through a secure system, we will not necessarily have someone there full time for those 4 apartment units. But during the events, we'll definitely have a full-time staff.
So is it an Airbnb that you're doing, or I'm just trying to understand?
It's a hotel, but it's a hotel use. I believe that's what we applied for, but Chris can clarify better with technicalities.
It's classified as a hotel. All of the design standards that went into designing the space, all of the water service lines, the fire sprinkler protection, they meet all of the development criteria for a hotel. And so that's what we're building, is that hotel use. And it is a hotel. Johnny may choose to advertise those spaces either on his website, on his wedding website, and have bookings through his website. He may also utilize a third party like hotels.com or even an Airbnb. And in part, Johnny mentioned that he likes the security features that a site like Airbnb offers. If you go to book something at hotels.com, you can do that anonymously. You can do that without creating an ID, and you have that hotel room. But with Airbnb, you have to have a profile. And Johnny only rents to people who have certified, profiles. They're not, just creating an account to rent, a hotel room for a party scene. The thing that Johnny wants to avoid more than anything is, for this to be one of those what people typically associate with the Airbnb, right? With those big party houses. That's not good for Johnny's business. His business is primarily to run a wedding and reception venue. The dates and times that those hotel rooms would probably be most utilized would be in times that overlap with the use of the wedding venue and a wedding reception. And so nights, weekends, on the weekend nights especially, are going to overlap with the wedding use of that venue. And I don't believe that Johnny would have wedding crashers that would, rent a hotel room while there is a wedding going on and rent one of the rooms while there are 3 other rooms that are being used by wedding guests. Johnny can certainly elaborate on that. One thing that he did mention too is that, technology has gotten to the point where, as the city code kind of mentions, and as Andrew pointed out in his presentation, technology really can be a placeholder for having 24/7 on-site staff. And again, although this is a hotel, it's not like the 130 room hotel like the Embassy Suites that we talked about. This is just a 4-unit hotel room that can be managed effectively through technology by things like secure access points, smart locks. There will be a noise monitor in place, not a microphone that listens to conversations, but does monitor decibel readings. And if it gets too loud, if someone does need to intervene, Johnny does have professional staff who can intervene and break up anything if there are any problems, or address any concerns that may come about. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Allen.
Right, thank you.
I have a few questions, and this might be for staff. One, if this project is approved, I like the 2-year special use permit. I think it gives both the applicant and the city and the community a chance to kind of evaluate this use and the management. For me, it's if it's going to be featured on a Airbnb or VRBO, if there are significant different requirements or things that we're looking at for short-term rentals, I like to see it included or at least discussed here, or they have to come back, right? If it's featured initially as a hotel, but those rooms are placed on an Airbnb or a short-term rental, if there is something that is distinctly different from those two, the codes that we have. Third thing is I've stayed at places where you can book and it has not had a person there and you use your keypad on your phone to get in. I want to encourage you that you would not book those rooms if there is a wedding. I would be upset if I had a wedding there, right? And then there are people staying above me and they are not the same kind of company as the company that I'm inviting to my wedding. So that's just a recommendation to you to look at that. I think that 4 rooms, you can monitor it. I don't know if you're going to have an elevator, but maybe even thinking about how some hotels you can't access a floor unless you actually have the room on that floor. I think that would help mitigate if somebody is on 2 but wants to check out what happening on level 3 or 4. Final is just be mindful that there's a school next door. Plaza Academy serves, youth that may not find a fit with the traditional education system. And so the one feature that I do like about if it is an Airbnb is, I was a high schooler, right? The ability to create a profile and get a place to hang out during school might be appealing to some. So just be mindful of the community around your establishment. But overall, I think it's an innovative project. I hope it's super successful. I definitely see a need for it.
Thank you so much. And just to respond to a couple of those concerns, and I think you made really great points, that again, that space can really fit more than 20 hotel rooms. And the reason I'm only doing 4 is because we want it as an asset to the event space. So if we have a wedding, we will, or if we have some sort of concert, we will definitely log these specifically for those events. I agree. I don't want to go to a place where there's a wedding right next door and I have to be quiet or I have to stay up late. It's to supplement that. When I mentioned Airbnb, I like Airbnb unlike places like hotels.com because I have Airbnbs myself and I can put restrictions like I do not allow one-night stays because that's usually where people are looking for a place, locals, to party and make noise. I have a lot of requirements. You have to have good reviews in the past. So it just adds a level of protection because yes, the last thing I want is one bad event there, and as a business owner, I know that can really hurt your Yelp reviews. It can really hurt your reputation in the city, and that's not what we want to do. So it's just I'm getting married myself in 10 days actually. And one of the hardest thing was to try to find a place where we have close by places for people to stay. And it's just to supplement that. And as far as Plaza Academy, I met with them. They're very supportive. They're incredible people. He actually was on today, but because it took so long, the principal, he had to leave, but they're very excited about what we're doing. They're also kind of relieved that, from my understanding, I don't want to speak on their behalf, that we're not, if we do the traditional offices, Sunday school there, you're going to have a lot more cars during the day, every day, and that's where you see more traffic. This is actually going to help with any traffic concerns. So taking everything to heart. And the last thing, as far as the 2 years, I will say I'm applying for historic tax credits and I want to preserve that building as much as I can, but that will take a long time. So to be quite honest with you, I think best case scenario, it's going to take 1.5 years maybe to be able to actually operate. I don't know if we'll have enough time to build that. Ideally, I would love it to be a little bit longer than that. So not 2 years later, we just started and we're requesting it, but we're working on it. And yeah, that's basically, I think that kind of covers your main concerns.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? All right, so with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, I promote Randy Height, and then we have 5 others that have raised their hand.
Okay. All right, let's start with Randy. Randy, you available? Randy Height?
You can move on to Kim Kimbrough.
Okay.
He's been promoted.
All right, Kim, as you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. Kim Kimbrough, 4050 Pennsylvania Avenue, here in Kansas City. I am with the Westport Regional Business League. We represent the businesses and the property owners throughout Westport. When we first heard of this, we were really very excited because we thought it was going to be a true hotel in that historic building and was going to save it and be an addition to the neighborhood. Unfortunately, as we hear more and more about this, even listening to some of the testimony today, it sounds more like a large unsupervised Airbnb for partiers just across the street from the Westport district. It's our understanding that these 4 hotel, quote unquote, rooms are going to be about 1,200 square feet each. That is significantly larger than 3 or 4 regular size hotel rooms in any true hotel. Not having on-site staff is naive at best. They don't know Westport very well. There are no property owners in Westport that allow properties to just go wrong when folks have passive operations here. This is going to be a huge problem as it's proposed. The wedding venue is a great idea. If it were only going to be used on days that the facility was rented as a wedding venue, it'd be great because it'd be supervised. But the fact that it's going to be 4 units of about 1,200 square feet each, and they're going to rent them on days that nothing's going on except the proximity to Westport, and it's not fair to the businesses in Westport who have to follow strict guidelines in terms of what they can do, how they can do it. I'm talking about the other true hotels, as well as the servers of alcohol throughout Westport who have to follow stringent rules. We are quite concerned about this, and actually we oppose the special use permit application for this reason. It's going to create significant impact on the security and safety improvements that we've made over the last 4 years. We still believe this will end up using, even though that may not be the intent of the owners, and we don't think necessarily it is, but it is going to end up being a party center for Westport, and that is not what we need here. Thank you.
Looks like Randy Hyatt might be available.
Okay. Randy, you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was having trouble earlier. Yes, I was on earlier this morning and I was the one that wrote the email in support of this project. I live at 3708 Pennsylvania Avenue in the Valentine neighborhood. I've lived there for 25 years. I have a deep connection to this property as a member of the church for over a decade. And I also met my spouse at this church and we're now married. So I was delighted to hear that the church would be saved and preserved. And I fully support the developer's plan. I think the hotel rooms provide an income that will help with the upkeep of the property. I personally can't see a problem with parking for 4 hotel rooms in where there's street parking. So I don't see any downside to this. I fully support this project. I'm in the neighborhood. I'll be around and I'll have eyes on the project. I want it to succeed. So I just speak in support of this project. It's a creative use of the space, and I trust the developer that he's going to use it for the intention that he's spoken to, and it will not turn into something bad for the neighborhood. So those are my comments. I fully support this.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Paul Smith, followed by Compact Owner 2.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Yes, my name is Paul Smith. I live on the Plaza, and I was a senior minister at Broadway from 1963 to 2012 for 49 years. When I came to the church, the attendance doubled, tripled, quadrupled, and finally we may have had standing room only in the services, but those hundreds of people all parked somewhere around the church competing with the Catholic Church behind us and the Methodist Church, and they all found parking spaces. And that was hundreds of people on a Sunday. And I am delighted that Johnny is going to preserve the church. It's a historic church, and 200 churches a week close their doors in the United States because the congregation gets so small they can't sustain the congregation, which happened when I retired. And so Johnny's creative and innovative, and I welcome his great creative way to sustain the building and keep the building going, and to have weddings and who knows, services, funerals, what else there. And I think it's a great idea. I'm 110% for it. So I wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So the next person is Compact User. If they could unmute themselves, and then Stacy Kenyon.
Okay. Is Compact User available? Let's go ahead and move on to Stacy Kenyon, please.
What? May I go ahead and start then?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Stacy Kenyon. I live at 3420 West Coleman Road. I am a Midtown Kansas City resident, president of Coleman Highlands Neighborhood Association. I'm also part of Center for Neighborhoods, Council of Neighborhood Leaders. I care very deeply about Kansas City neighborhoods, Midtown Kansas City, and historical architecture. I appreciate and I'm grateful for your support of this project on the April 5th meeting. I think that was a great decision to support Johnny in preserving this hotel. However, I oppose the special use permit application that is being reviewed today. This developer has a history of running type 2 short-term rentals in Kansas City that exceed the occupancy limits per Kansas City code. This is being submitted for a special use permit for a hotel. In my understanding, by reviewing the application requirements for short-term rentals or Airbnbs, it does not meet the short-term rental requirements. So if this was submitted as STR, if it met those, they wouldn't be able to get the 55% approval threshold. So therefore, they're pivoting, which I give respect for, and doing this as hotel. There's really, if you get down to it, there is no arrangement that differentiates this hotel operation versus the short-term rental use. And I understand what has presented earlier about staffing, but I want to point out that without the requirement of full-time on-site hospitality staff, not security staff, but hospitality staff, that illicit hotel activities would be addressed by a delayed alert response system instead of having somebody there fully staffed, like any hotel where we stay, where we know that there's somebody looking out for us at all times at the front desk. An average hotel room size is 330 square feet. I looked this up earlier today. It's on CNBC. It's been on a few other travel websites. And the trend is that hotel rooms go smaller. Yes, of course, this could be 20 hotel rooms. But the fact is the size of these hotel rooms is 600 square feet and 1,200 square feet plus. And that supports and facilitates over occupancy and parties. You're not using a 1,200 square foot hotel room for 2 people. Lack of permanent parking puts the onus of the hotel guest parking on surrounding neighbors. We talked about that already earlier with other people's testimony, but I do want to point out that the attorney, the applicant's attorney did confirm that they have no parking agreements. So I want to make that just kind of reiterate that, shine a spotlight on that. I also want to point out that Plaza Academy support was brought up, but that was brought up by hearsay and not by them being present. So it's not relevant because there's nobody there to say so. I do support the special use special event use of this property and the bridal suites as it was on the original application. But I oppose this application today. It's a matter of semantics. This is a hotel application that will be operated as a short-term rental and using short-term rental platforms, and hotels.com, there's short-term rentals on all of it anyway. But just see through this, see how it's really going to be used, and please do not approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Going back to compact user. Are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can I get a name, please?
Yes, my name is Cheryl, Cheryl. Last name is Mitchell, Mitchell. And I'm on here because I wanted to see what they were going to use this for, because I'm very interested. I'm actually a minister, and I'm interested in using the property for a prayer and worship center as well as an event center. So I was wanting to see how far along you were with this approval. I don't know. I've not done this before as far as to talk to somebody like this, so you might have to ask me some questions. But it would be a nonprofit, or we would.
You might have the wrong venue to ask about the actual use of
Okay.
this. We're trying to going through this case as if we want to approve a special use permit to allow hotel space.
Okay, so can I say that I'm not in agreement with that?
You can say you're not in agreement with that, yes.
And I could say, because for one, it is an historical site, and I believe that it should stay a church, and it should stay for weddings and things like that.
Okay.
And I would think that it should be something that maybe, since they have a school right there, that whoever gets that would maybe connect with those children in that school.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Who's next, Joe?
Mary Jo Draper.
Okay.
And I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. And I'm with the Valentine Neighborhood Association. And just to clarify, Randy Height is a valued member of the Valentine Neighborhood Association. We have discussed this as a neighborhood board. We have not had an opportunity to go to the entire neighborhood to take a vote on this project. So I'm speaking as a representative of the board. And the concerns that we have, and I want to just start by saying that we are thrilled to see this church be reused. And Johnny, it's not that we don't want to see any changes. We love the idea that this church is being reused. We just want to see what goes on there be successful and not be a detriment to things that are already going on, both in the neighborhood for residents and the businesses along Broadway that we consider part of our neighborhood. Part of our concern is around the fact that we are so close to Westport. And in the last few years, we have seen a proliferation of unlicensed Airbnbs in the neighborhood that are attractive to people because they are so close to Westport. That raises our concern about this particular project. And once again, as some other people have mentioned, we're confused about the difference between an Airbnb, which the city has put a lot of regulations on, and a hotel, which seems to have very little regulation. And if that's true, do we maybe need to tighten up the regulations on a small, unstaffed hotel, because it could very easily become just a large party venue. If the developer could guarantee that this would just be a place where elderly guests and children rested after a wedding, or went to sleep if the wedding went too long, that would be great. What we're concerned about is the kind of parties that we've seen at party houses that are becoming an intrusion into neighborhoods across the city And the fact that although he has made a lot of guarantees and promises about the way he would use this, there's really nothing to stop him if it doesn't work out as a wedding venue, for just using it as what seems to us to be an Airbnb just by another name.
Okay, thank you. Who do you got next, Joe?
That's it. Oh, wait. Someone else. There is a hand raised, but I don't see it next to anyone's name. So I believe that's it.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So sound like there's some comments that came up with the concern of this project. I think the support is there for the actual original use that it came through, but the special use piece being for hotel rooms, I think it kind of got a little mixed, of support and non-support, especially with the concern it'll turn into a party house when it's not being used as a wedding venue. Can you talk to some of that?
I would love the opportunity. Thank you.
Sure.
First, to address Mr. Kimbrough's concern, he was with the Westport Regional Business League. He initially stated that he was excited for the hotel concept, if only though this was more of a traditional hotel, which was larger, a 20-room hotel, which would actually support then a full-time staff. The point is, as Johnny's mentioned, this is not designed to be a competition with Embassy Suites. This is not designed to be a standalone hotel. This is really a secondary use that's accessory to the approved wedding venue. There will be a natural conflict between weekend party times when people go online to rent out these party houses on Airbnb or hotels.com and the wedding events that will take place at this facility. I think Johnny will tell you that he will reserve the hotel rooms for use by the wedding party if they rent the event space, because it would be, as Commissioner Hill pointed out, awkward if you had rented the event space and then couldn't make good use of the hotel rooms as an accessory use to this property. I think that there was a comment made by Ms. Kenyon, who again is a representative of the Coleman Heights neighborhood. She lives over 1.5 miles away. She had a prior dealing with one of Johnny's other Airbnb properties. He operates, I believe, 4 or 5 and has for 4 years in the city. And there was only one complaint that Johnny ever received on all 4 of those properties over that time period. And it was a complaint, I believe, that was lodged by Ms. Kenyon. And so, there is some history there that's coming out in this public forum. But I think Johnny will tell you that the allegation that he operated over capacity refers to a point in time when the city had not yet adopted the short-term regulations and did not have a capacity limit in terms of the number of persons that could stay at that Airbnb unit. And so he did have a large, I think it was like a 5 or 6 bedroom house. And there was one isolated incident over that 4-year period of time that he addressed professionally and has moved on. But I don't believe that should, I think one blemish on an otherwise 4-year operating history. Again, Johnny is trying to operate a successful venue here in terms of the wedding venue and event space. And so that's his primary goal. He's not going to want to do anything that would harm that overall goal. So Johnny, do you want to elaborate any more to address any of the concerns that were raised by?
Yes, I'll be pretty brief, but I do want to point out that the 2 complaints we've heard were either parking concerns or we don't want Airbnb where there are parties, we want full hotels. And I do want to, again, explain what Chris may have said, that we can have 17 hotel rooms here fully staffed, but then the neighbors would complain about parking, even though, again, I'm happy to show pictures. I've tracked every night going at night, even the weekend, to see if there are any parking issues overnight, and there's not. But initially they addressed the concern for parking, and that's when we were looking at designing this with the goal is to ultimately to serve the guests coming. I had parking in mind to be ultra sensitive to neighbors. We are very much underusing what this used to be. This was Sunday school, a lot of teachers, a lot of staffing for the church coming in and out and parking throughout the day. So the whole point is 4 units to supplement for brides and bridesmaids staying overnight, for family of the groom, family of the bride. That's exactly what we're trying to do here. The problem with complaint from Ms. Kenyon is she said that she would support it. From my understanding, what she said, she would support it if it was a fully staffed hotel, but she also said, I'm not happy about having 4 cars parked on the street, which is contradictory, because if parking is the concern, she should not be saying she would support it if it was 300 square feet hotel rooms, because we can do that, but then we will have a lot more cars. I just want to kind of, again, bring it back to, if my goal is to bring a profit from this as my main income, I would have turned it easy into hotel rooms. But my goal is to serve the event space that has already been approved. And that's what I'm saying. There is a need for those spaces. And it's more of an apartment space where people can stay, they can sit, they can get ready for the wedding. So that's one concern. I would like to also say, just with Ms. Kenyon's
Mr. Yusuf, can you be more brief, please? We're going on and on here.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but with Ms. Kenyon, just I requested to have an Airbnb grandfathered when the rule of 8 max came into place, and she was opposed to it, and that's why she's saying that I was doing anything illegal, but I was trying to get something grandfathered. She lives over 2 miles away, and she opposes every project I do, and I just want to point that out.
Okay, thank you.
And the last thing I want to point out here, just to sum up this entire conversation, is that any special use permit issued for any project, that any SUP that is approved by the Board of Zoning Adjustment, usually typically based on your recommendation, they can be revoked at any time. So if this applicant receives complaints and there's proof of him not following not just the zoning and development code, but any code of ordinances related to nuisances, noise, it can be revoked by the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
All right, thank you. So any more thoughts, applicant?
None.
Okay, thank you very much. This time I'll close all testimony and just speak amongst the commission. This has been a long case here. Any thoughts from the commissioners on this?
I'll add that from my perspective, these things are very much a real thing. They're a real business. I'm familiar with other similar types of concepts. And I think that based upon what the applicant's trying to do, it's going to be in his best interest to make sure that the rooms are rented in a sensible way. I feel like sometimes we get too much into the weeds of other people's business model as opposed to the functionality of the zoning of the space. And so I'm supportive.
Okay.
I'd like to ask Joseph a question, if I might, regarding the event space when it came through us in April, and we had talked about him using those spaces for the wedding. Isn't he still able to use those as rentals for that wedding event when he has it?
Yeah, I mean, he could.
So I don't.
Yeah, the hotel's just a different use.
Okay, that being said, and that being clarified, thank you, Joseph. I'm not in favor of this. We've already given him authority for the event space that would cover his use of these rooms. So I'm not in favor.
Okay.
Can I just, I think Commissioner Hill had asked a question too, just the difference between the hotel. Is there a way that we can put a regulation on or the regulations of a short-term rental, like a Airbnb, onto those 4 hotel rooms, so we've actually got it covered for the use as well? I'm just wondering. I'm a little confused on the use as well, honestly, and I can see it being used as a Airbnb. So I'm just wondering if there's a way we can tighten up the conditions.
I mean, there are a lot of bed and breakfasts in Kansas City, like traditional bed and breakfasts around the museums, around the Nelson, et cetera, that function the exact same way as this, where you might not run into someone the entire stay. So I mean, I totally understand the fear of it, but I do feel as though this is a business model that currently exists.
The only distinction between a short-term rental and a hotel in our ordinance is that one is allowed in a residential zone and one is not. So it's just a short-term rental is just a type of lodging you can have in your house. And whether or not you advertise on Airbnb or something like Airbnb, a short-term rental platform, has nothing to do with whether you're actually a short-term rental or a hotel.
Okay, I thought there might have been more regulations. That's all. Great, thanks.
Joe, was there a like maximum number of guests though around the short-term rental?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're
And so
considered
a
a
hotel
short-term
is
rental.
not?
Andrew, can you stop sharing the screen, please?
If you're considered a short-term rental under the ordinance, there is a limitation of 8 guests per party.
Okay, but with a hotel, there's not the limitation.
There's not.
I mean, that's the only, tension point that I see, if the applicant decides to do, a short-term rental in this space. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Anders. Like, I've stayed at these places where you don't have a staff. They have been in entertainment areas and districts. As long as it's managed fine, it's hassle-free. Book your card, you get in. I think in terms of some of the public testimony and the worry about the Airbnb and having so many people there and the square footage is, do we add a condition on, how many people per room?
And would the applicant be okay with that?
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I won't speak for Johnny. He did just text me, but I believe, Johnny, you would be okay with limiting the number of overnight guests to 2 per room?
Yes, absolutely.
Would that,
So can I ask another question?
Of course.
Yeah.
If we're saying that there's no limitation on number, and he had brought up earlier in the discussion that he's going after historical tax credit, and that this 2-year limitation on the SUP may only give him 6 months or less, wouldn't it be better for him to not even have this and just go through the event space that already allows him to rent out those spaces?
The approved project plan does not allow for overnight stays. The approved project plan only allows us to operate this as a wedding venue and a reception hall. And then we do have suites, what we were calling wedding suites, which were primarily designed for staging areas, photo shoots. You're getting dressed there at the facility. You might be able to take a shower if you need to get ready, but there would be no overnight stays. And so this special use permit before you today would allow us to have the overnight stays as part of this project.
Okay, so that's the wording that I missed that needed to be emphasized, that he couldn't do overnight with what we've already approved.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Seems like, I mean, with the 2 things that I've heard, one is that this can be revoked at any time, and 2, we're only talking 2 years. I don't mean to diminish the concerns that have been raised, but from my standpoint, I feel like that's a very short amount of time to just try this out, see how things are working, trust in the business model that's been presented and the word of the applicant. So I don't have any concerns with it. I'm happy to approve it, but I just wanted to raise that as it seems like the stakes are fairly low here.
I'd like to say I've changed my mind with the addition of the information that what we've passed in the past doesn't allow for overnight stays. So I would be voting for this now.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Enders and Sadowski, exactly what they stated. I think that they have to take some responsibility with the original use, and now adding the hotel piece in there. You have to coordinate those 2 pieces together. And then if something's not working out right, it is only a 2-year special use permit, and really can be revoked if need be, if something's not going like according to plan on here. So I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item 7 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
For clarity, for clarity, are we adding the condition of 2 people per room? Are we?
I had intentionally not added it to my motion just because I feel as though like if my parents were there and they had kids or something, or my grandparent, I don't know what, like, I just think that we don't necessarily need to do that. So that's why I didn't include it in my motion. But I understand if someone would want to change or add a new motion.
I think for the size of the rooms, I think 2 people might be a limitation on families that would want to use it. If you have a 1,200 square foot space, I would think a family of 4 or maybe 5 should be able to be accommodated there.
Yeah, I just have the opinion, I don't think we want to put the limitation on that at this time.
I may just want to know.
Okay. Yeah, Lisa, can you continue with the roll call, please?
okay. Commissioner Allender,
No.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Rojas
No.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 5-2. Appreciate you bringing it in, and good luck as you move forward. I'm sure we'll see you back in a couple of years.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I've got a couple of messages back that a couple of you need to leave here, 3 o'clock, 1 at 4 o'clock. Anybody else? Because we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cases to go. And I would like to take a short break here to use the restroom, grab something to drink.
I have to leave at 3:30 as well. I'm sorry I've been unproductive and helpful here today, but sorry.
So to stay and remain on the call, so Commissioner Beasley, Allender, Sadowski, Rojas, Hill, and myself, everybody can stay?
I
Or
can
Hill, you
stay.
gotta
I just
leave
need
at
to
4 o'clock.
recuse myself from 11, but otherwise I'll be here.
Okay.
And I can stay until 4.
It's
Okay.
getting late for me too, so I don't know how much longer I can stay.
Okay. I still think we'll have a quorum as we move forward. We'll have at least 4, maybe 5, hopefully, on all the cases. So, but I still want to take just a 10-minute break, a brief break here before we move on to docket item number 8. Okay, so it's 5 till 3 right now, so we'll be back at 3 minutes after 5.
3 minutes after what?
I'm sorry, 3 minutes after 3, or 5 minutes after 3.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Hopefully we can get everybody back here shortly. Two, 3, 4, 5. Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Beasley, you available? Okay. All right, I think we've got 6 here, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm sure Commissioner Hill will join us in a second. Right now, we're on docket item number 8. Is that right, Joe?
I think so. Yeah, that's right. Okay, docket item 8 is case number CPC 2022-00015. This is a request to approve a development plan to allow for the construction of a hauling facility with accessory uses, including outdoor storage, fleet maintenance and storage, as well as office uses on about 13 acres at 8301 Indiana Avenue. Anna Naniski is our staff planner.
Thank you. Okay, as mentioned, docket item number 8 focuses on 8301 Indiana Avenue. The site is zoned M3-5 and M2-5. The M3-5 category consists of a majority of the property, like 95% of it, and the applicant is seeking approval of a development plan to expand the existing use. So the subject site is located in the southern portion of Kansas City, kind of near Swope Park. You can see a close-up of the subject site. I have reoriented the map a little bit, so north points to the left, just so it can fit on the screen better. You can see the Bruce R. Watkins Drive that it runs to the property's east, but to the upper portion of the property, and East 85th Street. This is a very industrial nature area. This is a view of the subject site taken from Google Street View. And then this is a close-up of the site plan provided by the applicant. You can see the office building, parking lot, the welding shop, including their truck shop, including the fuel canopies for the trucks that they have on site, the trash trucks. So the review criteria associated with the development plan is highlighted on the screen. A couple of the items that I want to point out in this presentation includes item number B, that the proposed use have to be allowed in that district for this development plan to be approved. The offices, car wash services, any motor vehicle repair, outdoor storage, and the vehicle storage intended for the subject site are all permitted within this M3-5 zoning district. In regards to item number F, the location, orientation, and architectural features, are they appropriate for this area and compatible with adjacent properties? That is also very true. As I previously stated, this area is very industrial in nature, so this isn't out of the ordinary for the subject site. However, the building elevations will be reviewed through the permit review process down the line. Considering those items, city staff recommends approval subject to conditions. And I believe the applicant, there's also some adjustments in regards to the landscaping and screening standards. Let me go back real quick. Wrong direction, my apologies. So typically landscaping is required along the entire property. So all along this item, and city staff, we have agreed for them to landscape the site that is just being developed upon. So you'll see that note in the staff report, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff? All right, seeing none. let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. The applicant's available.
Jeremy has risen their hand. And I have promoted Jeremy with the Larson Sign Group.
Okay.
They are connected.
Jeremy, as you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Oh, I apologize. This is Jeremy Hummel from Larson Design Group. We are located at 1000 Commerce Park Drive, Suite 201, Williamsport, Pennsylvania. I'm filling in for Christopher Schaefer, who is the applicant on record for this project.
Okay.
And we're representing Republic Services for this project as the civil engineer and architect.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add to the presentation staff gave to us?
No, I think she covered it all. I think we're pretty much good with all the conditions that were outlined. I'm not sure if there's anybody from Republic Services that wants to add anything, but I think we're pretty good from our end, unless you have any questions.
I think if somebody from Republic is available, I think it'd be good to hear how their process works and how they're going to keep the trash picked up. So I assume this is the transfer station, right?
No, it's not a transfer station. It's essentially it's a fleet location where they park all the vehicles overnight. And while they're there, they get like their oil change and tire change, stuff like that. But it's not a transfer station at all. It's just an office building with a garage. And then there's a separate welding shop in case the containers need repaired.
Okay, so they'll have no trash in or out of this site?
Nope. No, it's almost like a trucking facility where, like I said, they park overnight kind of thing.
Okay. Any other commissioners have any questions for the applicant? Okay.
Sorry, I have a question. How many trucks approximately per day?
Let me zoom in here, give you a count. I have it in front of me. I want to say it's 70, 75 with the future expansion of possibly adding 30, so 105 tops.
Okay.
But initially they're only gonna build 75, but the plans show 105.
And I assume you're talking your traditional trucks. You're not looking at electric vehicles or hydrogen or anything.
No, they do have in plans for CNG.
Okay.
In case gas becomes available in the area, that they can convert just most of the fleet to CNG gas vehicles.
Okay. Is your facility going to be built to the standards of CNG? I know there's a different standard for how facilities.
Yeah, that's the intention, is to build to that CNG standard and keep a place on site available for the compressor station and all the requirements that come with that.
Okay.
But initially everything will be diesel.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? What are the hours of operation there?
I think generally the truck drivers come in around between 4 and 5 a.m. and start their routes very early in the morning. Most of them, I believe, are back by like the 3 to 4 p.m. range. And then like the maintenance staff for they basically work second shift kind of and do like the oil changes and all that stuff after all the trucks come back for the night. So they're there till 10, 11 o'clock, probably, if I had to guess.
Okay.
And then your normal office staff, I think, is generally 9 to 5. Your dispatchers and your stuff like that, collections and things like that.
Okay. All right. If there's no other questions, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add?
Just thank you guys for your time today, and appreciate looking forward to the rest of the process.
Okay. With that, we'll close all testimony then, and either we can have a discussion or I'll take a motion, please.
I just have a quick question. Since they're so close to the Blue River, is there any requirements in terms of their runoff? I'm just thinking with that many vehicles.
The appropriate reviewers who would have considered that have been involved in this project and have not raised any concern about that issue.
Okay. Okay. In that case, I'll make a motion to approve docket item 8, subject to conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 7-0 for approval of the project. We appreciate you bringing it in and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you.
All right. So let's move on to docket item number 9, please.
Case number CPC 2021-00168, request to approve a rezoning from District R80 to District MPD Master Plan Development with a preliminary development plan to bring in an existing landscaping business into compliance on about 3 acres at 8300 North Green Hills Road. Anna Naniski is our staff planner.
Thank you. As stated, docket item number 9 focuses on 8300 North Green Hills Road. The site is zoned R7.5. The applicant is seeking to rezone the property to MPD Master Plan Development with the associated development plan to bring a existing use into compliance. So the site is located in the northern portion of Kansas City, kind of in between Parkville and Gladstone. The subject site is highlighted in yellow, so here's a close-up of the aerial view. You can see the site that runs along the north-south corridor of Green Hills Road. Northwest Berry Road runs east-west up to the north, and it is sandwiched in between 2 residentially established areas. This is a further close-up of the site that was pulled from Google satellite maps. So you can see the landscaping business in question, their outdoor storage, their fleet storage, etc. This is a close-up of the site plan provided by the applicant. The site plan is reoriented, so north is to the left of the screen. The entrance off of North Green Hills Road is up on the top of the screen, kind of near where my cursor is hovering. So we have the existing office building / landscaping business. There's plenty of parking. And then due to the floodplain area and stream buffer, they are re-coordinating their site to make that in compliance so they could stay at this location. The review criteria associated with an MPD plan is on the screen. A couple of things that I want to note on is, does this development plan, is it consistent with the land use plan for the area? That land use plan is the Lion Creek Valley Area Plan, and it does recommend open space and buffer for the subject area. So there is a business currently there. It has been there for an extended period of time. And like I mentioned, the coordination with this MPD plan is an attempt to bring it into compliance so it can stay at this location. Public testimony has been received about this project because there's some concerns about this business being in this location. It is attached to the staff report with this case. And item number 2, is it consistent with the district provisions associated with an MPD plan? There are several different benefits and criteria or objectives, excuse me, that are associated with an MPD plan. So the way this particular project fits into those categories is its attempt to enhance protection of the natural resource area and the incorporation of the open space amenities into the development design. So they have submitted their stream buffer plan to show that their business isn't going to negatively be affecting that stream buffer, and it is also included in the staff report. And then number 3, the interests in regards to the MPD for any residential units that might be on the subject site over a long period of time. This is just a landscaping business, so there is no residential units being proposed. Like I said before, this has been a use that has been cited on this property for an extended period of time, and this plan is just bringing the use into compliance, but there are public concern in regards to this particular use staying here, and that can again be reviewed at the end of our staff report. So due to the property owner submitting that stream buffer plan and it being approved by the Water Services Department, they have shown their effort to be mindful of that stream buffer. Approval subject to conditions as staff recommendations. In accordance with this MPD plan, they're also looking for several deviations to make the site work at this location, including deviations to parking and loading standards, landscape and screening standards, and pedestrian standards. So the connectivity for the pedestrian paths within the site. Those specific language can be reviewed in the staff report as well. I can take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? Okay, I don't see any, so let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Yeah, available.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Joe, you have to let me start my video. I must have talked too much in the previous case. I wasn't allowed to start my video again.
I didn't do anything to take it away.
Somebody did. Somebody took that away from me, you guys. Good afternoon now, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. And I'll go through our PowerPoint presentation. I think Chairman Crowell will be familiar with the site because I imagine you drive by it frequently, so you understand this site. As it stated, the current zoning district is R80 for this site. What that means to you is only residential units 80,000 square feet per acre are permitted. And I'll go through why we can't build a residential down in the floodplain and floodway area. So the continuation of this business is perfectly appropriate to what's occurring down there. Next slide. And I think you promoted Tab Reese, right? Joe?
I haven't, and I don't see
Tab
his
Reese.
name.
I
see a tab R in the
yes,
list.
That's him. That's him, and then Brian Mertz. And Kelly, would you flip back to the other slide? So if you remember, you all have seen this site before because just to the north in the area, can you see my cursor at all? No?
Right. No.
Well, just to the north of the site, in between the gasoline station that occurs there, the convenience store currently there, and our site is the area that you recently approved a project plan for a multi-family building that is being done by PC Homes, Brian Mertz. So you've seen this site recently, and that's where that's occurring. Next slide. As Anna has stated, we request that the Plan Commission recommend approval of the rezoning from R 7.5 and R 80. Really, I don't believe it's zoned R 7.5. I think the zoning lines have just slipped on the city site. The majority of it is certainly zoned R 80 to MPD to allow for the existing buildings and equipment storage used in connection with an existing landscaping and nursery business. It's a business that's existed on the site for over 60 years. Certainly it has changed in terms of format, but it has been a landscaping and nursery business for over 60 years on this site. Next slide. This again identifies what the zoning districts are. So, you know, you've recently approved the rezoning of this site to B1-1, and you've approved a self-storage facility which has been constructed to the B4 zoning district right across from us. Next slide. These are pictures of the existing business. So you can see the existing buildings and the graveled area. Next slide. It's just continuing pictures. Next slide. And you can see the hoop places that have the nursery products inside them. Next slide. There's the existing office building. Next slide. And there is looking towards the west. And on the picture on your left shows this area that contains the fuel tanks. What we've done on our plan is show relocation of those fuel tanks to the eastern part of the property outside of the floodplain area. Next slide. These are just continuing pictures of the site. And this is the development plan that has been submitted to the city. Next slide. This again is another page of our development plan. The next slide. This shows the landscape plan, and one of the things we've done as a result of our discussions with the neighbors is add some more landscaping on our plan, as well as showing the relocation of the fuel tanks. Next slide. This is the stream buffer plan. Next slide. This MPD plan provides for the approval of an MPD for the existing buildings and equipment storage area used in connection with the existing landscaping nursery business. We've worked with staff to draft this plan and to determine that we should rezone the site to MPD. It provides for the preservation of the natural stream area and existing vegetation, while also minimizing the impact of the use on the floodplain. And we've relocated our fuel tanks to do that. This MPD plan provides for the community benefits of stream preservation with the existing vegetation. Next slide. There's the public engagement. We mailed letters to the Coves Homes Owners Association and adjacent property owners. And this shows you who attended that meeting. And that meeting was held on February 24th. Next slide. There are emails from Jane Fickle and Rowena Wardrip. And next slide. And Penny Thompson and Gina Cox, who have all lived in the area for a number of years and have always seen that use taking place on that site. And they support the continuing use of that property for the landscaping and nursery business. Next slide. Again, our request is that the City Plan Commission recommend approval of the rezoning from R 7.5 and R 80 to MPD to allow for the existing buildings and equipment storage use used in connection with the existing landscaping and nursery business, subject to all the conditions recommended by staff. And I believe Tab Reese is on. If you would like to add anything, Tab is one of the owners of the property. You can stop sharing, Kelly.
Sorry, Tab, you're on mute there.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Just want to thank you for your time. My business partner and I purchased this, and it's been there since I was a young boy. I'm 48 years old, and it's always been this status since I've grown up, and would appreciate your consideration and allowing us to zone it to what we're asking for and what the staff asked us to do.
Okay.
I think Brian Mertz, who is the one who had the project plan, is he on?
I am.
Okay. Brian can provide some testimony too. We can't
Yeah, I
hardly
wanted
hear
to-
you, Brian.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I reached out after seeing this was going to be on the docket. I had something else on the docket earlier today on the consent. So I reached out to Mr. Reese and Mrs. Montgomery regarding this plan, and I did see some of the opposition emails and pictures that were part of this. And I agree with some of the comments from the neighbors. And that is, moving the gas pump site out of the floodplain. I thought that was pretty important. I believe, upkeeping the gravel base parking lot in areas of wet from the tenant should be done. And the landscape or the tree planting, I think, was important as well. I have, a several $million investment just adjacent to this. I don't really see this as a hindrance for my development. I mean, we're probably asking for a bid on our development with our apartment complex. Epic's been a long-standing business in the area that serves a lot of communities. So, yeah, I think there are some concerns, and it looks like they're being addressed. And as long as those are being addressed, I don't have a problem with this. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Brian. With that, Chairman Crowell and members of the Plan Commission, we would request that you recommend approval subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Can you quickly go over the deviations requested on this project?
I think they just deal with the fact of, just a second, Anna, do you want to? I think she's got them listed in her staff report.
Excuse me. So the pedestrian circulation requirements, that involves that there's no dedicated pedestrian circulation system. So typically for projects, if there's a parking lot and a building, there needs to be a clear and distinct walkway between the parking lot and the building for circulation. The parking lot is gravel. They're wanting to keep it gravel. It's hard to pave or direct pedestrian circulation with the gravel parking lot. So thus that deviation. The deviation for the required parking lot standards for the existing gravel parking lot to remain, and then a deviation in regards to bicycle parking standards. They are not providing any bicycle parking at the site.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
And I don't know, maybe this is staff, but can you clarify how long they've been out of compliance? Because I think they said that the business, I've just heard conflicting things in terms of how long the business has been there or been in business. Those may be two different dates.
Yeah, and that question is kind of unclear to me. I know it's been for an extended period of time. Prior to 2001 is my guesstimate for how long the site has been there. That's because that was the first appeals case associated with the site when they were noted for the violation of having the landscaping business in a residentially zoned district. Joe, you've been around a little bit longer. Maybe you can chime in on the exact date.
Not that long, but yeah, I mean, that's right. There was an appeal case from 2001, and in that appeal, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and my understanding, it was a similar type of business, but a different owner at that time. And the Board of Zoning Adjustment upheld staff's determination that the use was in violation, which effectively meant that the use should have shut down, but apparently it never did. And we did not, on our end, it doesn't appear there was ever any sort of prosecution of that. So it seems to have been something that just kind of got lost, and it continued to operate, and then it sold to this current owner.
And Commissioner.
So when it sold, there was nothing in that sale that caused any issue with the fact that they were out of compliance, that it didn't trigger anything in that.
I don't know.
Commissioner Sadowski, I can tell you that my clients acquired it on the Platte County Courthouse steps due to a tax sale. And when they did what they believe was their due diligence to look it up, the Platte County Assessor's Office had it listed as a commercial use. So we know that it's been in existence because we have photos since probably the 1950s, 1960s. In those time periods, it also included product for sale. Now the nursery is really products that they bring to the site to plant at people's homes. So it's changed use a little bit, but the pictures we have of what was occurring in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and early 80s are very similar to what was occurring here. I think Kelly can show a picture that was from the early 1980s. If she can share that on our PowerPoint, that shows it looks much the same as it looks today. Kelly?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
And when was it purchased, Ms. Jensen?
It was, I'm trying, 2 years ago now, Tab, right? It was December.
Not that long ago.
It was December of 2019 or 2020, Tab. I can't remember.
Can you hear me?
There's the picture I was talking about. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that picture's from, I believe, 1980.
Right.
Okay. So I appreciate you getting into compliance. I guess the question I would have is that some of the opposition was speaking to issues of chemical runoff or anything that would noxious uses around. I wondered if you could speak to that.
Commissioner Sadowski, I think that all had to deal with the fuel tank, and now we're relocating the fuel tank to the east side out of the floodplain area. So we don't think there'll be any runoff into a creek.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, so at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Ms. Jensen?
I don't believe so. Thank you for your time.
Okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close testimony and have a discussion amongst the commissioners, or I will certainly take a motion on this docket. This, just to let everybody know, I mean, I used to live within blocks of this location. In fact, I just moved as a crow flies a mile south of where I was before, and drive by this thing all the time. It's always been a landscape facility, contractor's spot for years. They've always taken care of the place, and it's a well-run business. So frankly, I have no issue in approval of this docket item.
That's good to know. I would recommend approval of docket item 9, subject to conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 9. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
And Commissioner Enders, were you here for all of that one?
No, I'll go ahead and abstain on this one because I joined a little too late. Thanks.
Okay, let's see. 10. Okay. Commissioner Allender, Baker.
He's gone.
Oh, I saw him at first. Okay. Beasley,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 6-0 for approval of the project. Thank you for bringing it in and getting in compliance, and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you, Commission. I'm on the next one too, so I'm hanging on.
Okay, Joe, ready for docket item number 10, please.
10.1 is case number CPC 2022-00040. A request to approve a rezoning from District R7.5 to District R5 on 35 acres located at the southeast corner of Northeast 104th Street and Northeast Cookingham Drive. And docket item 10.2, case number CPC 2022-00041. Request to approve a development plan at the same location for 258 detached lots and 140 multifamily units. I don't think that's what they are anymore. On about 140 acres located at the same location. Olufu Ekbaji is the staff planner.
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission. Olufu Ekbaji, City Planning and Development. Patricia is already on this call, so I'll try to go real quick so we can get this wrapped up. This next companion cases are located in the north east quadrant of the city where my arrow is pointing. Closer loop shows it's right there, just city border, city limits of Liberty, and just between 435 and to the south to 152, and then 35 is east of the site. Surrounding uses real quick. The site again is this 8 sites highlighted in yellow. It's at the southeast corner of 291, which is northeast Cookingham Drive, and 104th Street. 104th Street on the north of the site takes you to Liberty High School, which is within City of Liberty. And surrounding subdivision includes Mandalay, the Roosterville Airport of A highways to the northwest. Summerbrook is to the northwest of the site. Brentwood subdivision is on the west side of 291. And Barrington Ridge is directly south of this proposed area. And Amber Lakes subdivision is to the east. I'm back in 2006. The City Council approved the overall development plan, as you see here, and that plan was never vested. So that plan allowed for 121,227 units, of which 845 were single family, with 245 duplex, attached duplexes, and 37 villas. Part of where my arrow, where the star is, was Creekside subdivision that was approved back in 2001. Today we are dealing with the 142 acre site just out of northeast 104th Street. Again, this is the area currently zoned R7.5. And as you can see, there are existing stop streets from Amber Meadows, 2 streets, and also a stop street from the south, which is from Barrington Ridge, and that's North Arlington. Again, overall project is 142 acres. The request is to rezone the lower part, 35 acres from R7.5 to R5 to allow for the detached villas. And also the second companion case is approval of a development plan that allows for 349 total units in 9 phases, which this will go between 2022 and 2046. Overall count will be 258 detached single-family lots and 5 tracks and 91 villas. They also provide detention, screening buffer, and amenity tracks. They held a public hearing back on April 14th, and the plan was revised to reduce the overall count by 49 units. The initial plan had proposed 4 plexes, and the revision then made it single-family villas, and that reduced the overall count from 104, as you see on your docket, to 91. Again, this is the zoning line, so the proposal is to just rezone the 35 acres from R7.5 to R5. Again, those are the current stop streets as shown: Northeast 103rd Street, Northeast 101st Terrace, and then North Arlington will be the connection to the south to Barrington Ridge. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the Shoal Creek Valley Area Plan Future Land Use Recommendation. So staff is supportive of the rezoning, doesn't change, and then no need for any area plan amendment. Again, additional comments on the development plan. The plan, as you see, proposes 5 connections, with the 3 to the abutting subdivisions and 2 major entrances off Northeast 104th Street. This will be the single family lots. They're also proposing amenities, which is a pool, clubhouse, and cabana. All this approval is subject to MoDOT approval, which I think we are working on, and we will get that prior to ordinance request. They also propose to connect to the 291 Liberty Regional Trail, and that's shown on their plan through their site. There's no waivers or deviation requested by this development plan. And the connections being made, number 4 is North Crescent Avenue, and then North Arlington will be number 5. I do have letters from residents of opposition, and I put the dates on there because most of them came prior or just right after the neighborhood meeting and before they received the revised plans, but I put them in there for you anyway. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval of the rezoning without condition, and approval of the development plan subject to what will now be 37 correction and condition. And that's because we are in agreement to the amendment of condition number 6 and deletion of condition number 7. That ends my presentation, and I will either let Ms. Jensen go or take any question before she goes.
Sorry, where are the letters of opposition? They're in the staff report?
Hello?
They're attached to the back, Commissioner Sadowski.
Okay. I don't know if it's just my computer. I'm just not seeing them in here. It's moving really slowly, so I don't know if that's my issue.
I think Olufu sent them to us as a separate email.
It was by email. So I didn't hear her question.
Okay, I'll post that.
It's an email from Lisa Payne.
Okay. So any questions from the commission to city staff on this project? Okay, seeing none, then let's go ahead and open it up to the applicant. Welcome back, Ms. Jensen.
Thank you, Commissioner Crowell and Commission. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Rostrets Law Firm, here today on behalf of the applicant. And our team that should be promoted includes Jim Robertson. I've been told he's online. Doug Ubin, Janelle Clayton, is she still on the line? And then I believe one of our adjacent neighbors in the Barrington Ridge Villas, Gloria Wood, is also online. So I imagine she will provide testimony at the end of our presentation. I'll make this real quick. I know you had a heavy docket and you still have a couple more cases. So as Olafu identified, this is really reapproval of a plan that already existed, although we are greatly reducing the density of the current approved plan compared to the plan that's in front of you today. Next slide. So and that's already been covered. It's 91 single family units. I think Olafu, your slide said 104 instead of 140 were the current numbers, and we've reduced it. So it should now be 91 villa single family units. Next slide. This slide's already been identified. It's at the corner of 104th and 291. We're going to flip through some pictures along 291 and looking at the site. The site is not developed at this point in time. Keep going, Kelly. So these are pictures at the corner of 104th and 291. This looks southeast along 104th Street. These are photos of the existing homes at 103rd and North Cedar. These are photos of the Barrington Ridge villas, which I believe Miss Wood lives in one of these villas, and our site is directly behind those villas to the north. Keep going. And then this looks south on North Cedar Avenue at Northeast 104th Street. Next slide. This is the approved development plan that was approved in June of 2006. It approved 312 single family homes, 246 attached homes, and 37 villa homes. So both the villas and the attached homes were down here on the southern end of the property. These are fourplexes that were approved at that time. So next slide. This is the plan we submitted in March of 2022, and it was to convert it to 258 single family units and then 140 multifamily fourplexes at the bottom southern end. Next slide. We had our public engagement meeting on April 14th where we talked about our plan. We heard a lot of comments about the fourplexes, and the request really was to replicate what we had on our previous approved 2006 plan. Next slide. So what you see is our revised development plan, and we went beyond what was really requested, which is we converted this whole southern area to villas rather than any fourplex units. So now what we're proposing is 91 villa homes. The traffic study that Olafu has referred to was completed by Janelle Clayton. It was submitted at the end of February. What it acknowledges is there are certainly traffic issues along Cookingham Drive because it functions much as a city street rather than a highway. But what this traffic study does say is that the Rock Creek development does not change the levels of service or queues that exist today. So one of the things we've stated is we'll continue to work with both the elected officials for this area to help improve the traffic conditions. Next slide. As Olafu identified, we ask that you delete condition number 17 because the preliminary stream buffer plan was already submitted with this plan. And you revise condition number 6 to delete the second sentence because we removed all hammerheads with the revised plans, and staff agrees with this request. Next slide. Again, we request that you approve the rezoning of the one area of 35 acres from R7.5 to R5, and you approve a residential development plan in both R7.5 and R5 to provide for 258 single family units and 91 villa single family units for a total of 349 units. And that you delete condition number 17 and you revise condition number 6. And with that, we'll take any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant?
Yeah, I've got a couple. Can you just, Ms. Jensen, can you explain what you mean you're going to work with the elected officials on the traffic? I don't know what that means.
The traffic study identified certain improvements that could take place to improve some of the existing traffic problems along Cookingham Drive. And we're going to work with them to find the funding for that. There is already one of the recommendations in the staff report and the traffic study that's being implemented, and that includes putting a light at 108th and Cookingham. And that's being done by Star Development Corporation with regards to another development along Cookingham.
So what happens if you can't find the funding?
Well, we believe that the traffic study says our traffic works. We don't really impact it very much.
And then, Patricia, is that the one at 108 and Stark?
Yes.
Stark, okay. Because there's one on 108 in Cookingham right now. So.
Yeah, no, 108th and Stark, sorry.
Yep.
So am I understanding?
Oh, go ahead. You go. No, you go. You go. If you're keeping on the traffic.
Oh, no, it's not. Go ahead.
Okay. And then the other question I've got is, have you got anything on landscaping? What are we doing on stormwater management with that amount of new lots?
Olafu, can you show our plan? And Doug Ubin, who is our engineer, could address that. Have you promoted Doug? Joe?
I have requested his promotion. I don't know if he's connected yet.
Well, he's not very, have you promoted Jim Robertson?
I have also sent them the request to be promoted to panelists. Jim and Doug need to accept the promotion.
Okay. I'll email them real quick.
Jim is connected. Doug appears to still not be connected.
I am sharing the stormwater. They do have detention at the northwest corner, the northeast, and then the southwest corner.
Jim, do you want to talk about your stormwater detention plan as
what
you're going to be doing?
I'm here too, Patricia.
There's Doug. Have you been listening to the case?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I wasn't able to be.
You have to accept the promotion.
Yep, I just did.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have detention basins within the project. Looking at, I think there's 5 different watersheds, kind of as water goes different directions. So where watersheds may have reduced in size, the flow rates are less in those watersheds as they shed off the property. And where water increases, we have picked up those areas with detention basins to bring the water back to its pre-existing conditions before it leaves the site.
Yeah, and I'm just going to ask my stock standard question here again. Have you just put detention ponds in, or did you look at any other type of green infrastructure, seeing it's a residential area?
No, we do have green infrastructure in here. We've got a couple bioretention basins, and then the detention basins will also be built to the extended detention standards for release rates for water quality. Okay. Along with native vegetation and preserving that in a few spots, kind of on the southwest corner with kind of where the streamway is.
Okay. Right. So you looked at it then?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just have a clarifying question. Patricia, you had mentioned the fourplexes. Was the reason that those were removed specifically because of neighborhood input, or was there other market demands that said that fourplexes were not the right move here?
During our neighborhood meeting, there was a lot of opposition to the fourplexes. So we reevaluated the plan and instead we put the villas in. We believe that the villas are very marketable. There were people during our neighborhood meeting that were of the opinion that they were more marketable than the fourplexes. So everything was always intended to be a for sale unit, but people were much more comfortable with the villa product matching what exists to the south.
And so the villa is for sale?
Yes.
It's just a smaller lot area?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It will be sold around the footprint of the buildings, which I believe is what exists on the south side.
That's correct.
Okay. With the green space being,
the green space will be
by
the Homes Association.
The Homes Association. Okay. Got it. But your original intent was fourplex, similar concept, but with those 4 units being connected.
Correct, but the neighbors were concerned about fourplexes.
Okay.
And the previous plan had originally approved fourplexes on the east side, and on the west side, it was the villa product. But we chose instead to convert everything to the villas.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Olafu, if you can stop sharing. Let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 10.1 or 10.2, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
I think we have.
I saw that Gloria Wood was on.
She's been promoted.
Okay.
But she didn't, I guess she raised her hand and we promote her. Miss Wood, can you go ahead and
There you go.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Wood, and I live at 9608 Northeast 100th Street in the Villas of Barrington Ridge. My property directly abuts the land that is being discussed for the rezoning today. When we first received the notice of the proposed development with the possibility of fourplexes, the neighborhood was quite upset. We immediately gathered the neighbors to discuss all of our concerns. We contacted the surrounding neighborhoods. We attended public hearings and laid out our concerns to Jim Robertson and Patricia Jensen. We met with Councilwoman Heather Hall. We wrote letters to all of the city council members. We attended the Northland neighborhood meetings. We contacted MoDOT. We had a presentation all ready to go for today. And believe it or not, I even read the Shoal Creek Valley area plan cover to cover. Yes, I'm retired, obviously. I'm here today to tell you that the system worked. On a recent Friday afternoon, I received a phone call from Patricia Jensen telling me that a new plan had been uploaded to Compass and that all fourplexes had been replaced with villas. Since we were so vocal in our opposition, I thought it was necessary to speak today just to simply say that the system worked. Jim Robertson listened to our issues and made adjustments to his plans to accommodate our concerns to the best of his ability and within his scope of influence. I just simply want to close by offering a sincere thank you to Jim Robertson and Patricia Jensen. That's it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anybody else out there, Olafu, that's wanting to speak regarding docket item 10?
We only have, I think, Jim Robertson on the line if he wants to add anything or say.
Yeah, I think he's just available for questions, Olafu.
Okay.
Can I ask a question to Ms. Wood, if she's still available?
No,
I'm here.
She's today. Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to, this is more out of curiosity than it is the bearing of the case, but I'd be curious if you could talk about what some of those concerns were between a fourplex and the villa concept.
Sure. First of all, the fourplexes were supposed to be like 25 feet off of our property line in the back. They were to be 2 stories as opposed to just a 1-story. Our concerns were that even though they were supposed to be sold and, you know, resident occupied or whatever, we weren't always sure that that's the way that it would remain, that if, you know, like if they sold them all originally, could they then turn around and rent them out to somebody else? One of the other things is that as we went through some of the fourplex areas that are already built here in Kansas City, like there's one down, I want to say by, is it Benson Place? The amount of cars and traffic that was in there was just incredible. You know, sometimes 2, 3, and 4 cars per unit, as opposed to our villas are all, we don't have a requirement that you have to be 55 and older, but they are all older people. You know, they're all maintenance provided. So it was just kind of the general feel of what our neighborhood was versus what we thought that we would have more of a, you know, a 2-story overlooking into our backyards, and a kind of an apartment feel versus the villa type thing. You know, we were also concerned, one of the other things is that we have an area here just right out our back door, but there's a stormwater drain there that already has a lot of runoff that comes down there. Like last week when we had the rains, there was a lot of runoff that came and almost came up to the neighbor's side of their house. And with the fourplexes, that as we had somebody look at it, they talked about the amount of impervious surfaces with the longer roof lines and everything. And we were worried about that flooding being increased. You know, and obviously the amount of traffic with the number of fourplexes that would be there versus what they've been reduced to. You know, just simply, even if you figured that everyone had 2 cars, some of us here have 1 car versus, you know, even 2, but what we have seen in some of the Northland complexes is there's 3 and there's 4 cars. And we had pictures of a lot of that where cars were out in the street. You couldn't even get down the streets of these fourplexes. So that was mainly where we were coming from.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, seeing that no one else has raised their hand, we're going to go ahead and close public testimony at this time. Any other comments, Ms. Jensen?
No other comments.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission, or I'll be glad to take a motion, please. I have to say, I mean, I'm glad to hear that this actual development and come through and the concerns that were brought up by the neighborhood, they were actually addressed and taken care of. So it's nice to hear that the system does work and that the actual applicant was willing to listen to the public and take action on the concerns that they had. So thank you for doing that.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item 11.1 without conditions and docket item 11.2 with conditions, amending number 6 to delete the second sentence about hammerheads and deleting number 17. Oh, and the numbers are wrong. Sorry, 10.1 and 10.2 with the same information.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second. I think Commissioner Hill, you were the second. Okay. So with that, Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on the motion?
And you said amending number 6 and deleting number 17 or number 7? 17?
17.
Okay.
Yeah, deleting the second sentence of number 6 and also deleting condition 17.
Gotcha. Okay. Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
Aye.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I guess I feel like there's a feeling that the system worked here, and I appreciate the advocacy of the neighborhood and the conversations that were had back and forth. But I think the folks that lost were the people that could have utilized those fourplexes as a more affordable option for them. So I just want to point that out, that I know there's some positives and negatives of both, but we're losing out to some of these affordable units by only allowing single family and only a certain demographic in a certain neighborhood. So I feel like it needed to be said.
Commissioners Sadowski, I understand your issue, and the Northland Neighborhoods is actually conducting a meeting to discuss affordable housing in the Northland. So I think your concern is heard.
Do you know when that meeting is?
I can't remember when it is, but I certainly can let you know.
Okay.
I think it's like the 28th of June.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on then to docket item number 11,
Thank you
please.
all.
Thank you.
I guess it doesn't work if I'm muted. We've lost Joe, so I'm going to take over from here. Docket item number 11.1, case number 20220006. This is Pacific and Trust. It's a request to approve an area plan amendment to the greater downtown area plan to change the future land use recommendation from residential low density to the residential high and mixed use neighborhood on about 5 acres, generally located at 1015 Pacific. And 11.2, case number 00232. The same project is a request to approve a rezoning from District R1.5 to UR with associated development plan to allow for the development of townhomes and duplexes on about 0.5 acres located at the same address. Anna Nanoski is a planner on this.
Thank you, O. Okay, so as mentioned, dockets items number 11.1 and 11.2 focus on 1015 Pacific Street. The existing zoning is R1.5 and they're proposing to rezone to UR. Accordingly, the existing land use is residential low density, and they are proposing for that change to be to residential medium high. And this is to approve a development plan and an area plan amendment to allow for townhomes, a duplex, and several fourplexes on the subject site. The site is located in the Columbus Park area of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the subject site. So you have Pacific Street running kind of at an angle, but east-west on the property, and then Trust Avenue north-south. And this is on the north side of the highway. You can see the on-ramp over to the corner of the site. This is at the kind of the gateway of the Columbus Park neighborhood. This is a close-up of the proposed site plan provided by the applicant. The townhomes front Pacific Street, and then the duplex and the fourplexes are in the rear. The townhomes, they have rear loading garages, so they will access their units parking from Pacific Street and then turn into their garages, as my cursor is pointing out, whereas the duplex and the fourplex, their parking is on the western portion of the site. This is a 2D elevation of the townhomes. And then 2D renderings of the duplex and the fourplex. So if you are looking, they're oriented a little bit differently. So if you are standing in the parking lot looking south, this is what you'll see of the duplex. And if you are standing in front of the duplex looking east, this is the front of the duplex. This is a 3D rendering of the townhomes. So again, if you are standing on Pacific Street and you are looking south, this is the front view of the townhomes. You might be asking yourselves, how does this modern style architecture fit into the neighborhood? Well, the applicant has provided some pictures of some established residential units within the Columbus Park area that meet this modern aesthetic. So this is a duplex on Missouri Avenue, 1036 and 1040 East Missouri Avenue, as well as 55 Harrison Street, another modern style architecture structure, residential structure within the Columbus Park neighborhood. So city staff, we recommend approval of the area plan and the development plan. And also one thing to note is that we also agree with removing condition 17 listed in the staff reports, conditions, corrections, and recommendations reports. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions about this proposed project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff regarding docket item 11.1 and 11.2? Okay. With that, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. And I think Commissioner Sadowski, you are recused from this case. So just letting everybody know that.
I have promoted Matt Murphy,
Okay.
Diane Bowden, and Andrew Knoll.
Okay.
Matt, Diane have both been connected, and Andrew has also been connected.
Anna, could you also connect Kyle Liker? And
Yes.
I'm not sure if Kevin Klinkenberg is on or Lamine.
Kyle has been asked to be promoted as a panelist, and so has Kevin. Kyle and Kevin have now both been connected.
Great, thank you.
Okay, floor is all yours, Mr. Murphy.
So with that, it's a project we're really excited about. We like the project type. We like the density it provides. We like that we have fourplex and duplex. We think we're providing something that you don't see a lot in Kansas City, also with the for sale townhomes. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have, or if anything, Andrew, you'd like to add.
Thank you, Plan Commission members. This has been a very interesting day, hearing all the previous cases, and all the hype is warranted, I gotta say. These are action-packed meetings. It's good to be back in front of you again. We were, of course, briefly in front of you a few months back, but since then we've refined our plan, something that I think meets the needs of both our prospective owners of these homes, as well as the renters who will be in those 2 quadplexes and 1 duplex, that I think really takes advantage of the site in a way that provides both maximum parking, but also a good amount of density for the neighborhood. We have met with the neighborhood on several occasions. They've been generally very supportive of our project, in part because it does have that for sale component. Something that a lot of people are eager to see more of in the Columbus Park neighborhood. And second, that the scale is appropriate. They were worried about things like 4 or 5-story apartment buildings. That's not what we're proposing. And then third is that we have provided sufficient parking for the tenants and the owners of those homes, including townhomes with garages. But those garages are not in front. They're actually tucked behind, which I think makes for a much better street experience. And that's where you see our modernish take on a townhome, both to provide sufficient variation between the homes, so you can see that each home is unique in its own little way, while also providing an attractive appearance with nice porches and really trying to engage with the neighborhood. So that was our intention in setting out this project, is to mix those uses together. And I hope we've hit the mark on that.
Okay, thank you. Just out of curiosity, this case has been continued a couple of times. What was the issue that we're trying to figure out, if I can ask?
Yeah, no, of course. I would say in part, it was really trying to decide what to do with the corner of Pacific and Troost. We've opted to slightly increase the size of each of the townhomes to allow for a 2-car garage in each of the, actually, I'm sorry, 9 of the townhomes will have a 2-car garage. We'll have a small kind of unique, smaller townhome with just a 1-car garage. But to do that, we did remove the corner commercial use that we were debating. At the end of the day, we just felt that without stressing our parking too much, and also with the high cost of commercial construction at the moment, the numbers just didn't make sense. So we really wanted to lean in on the residential side. Everyone in the neighborhood seemed to think that was more of a home run. And while I would say we had general support for commercial use, it definitely generated a lot of questions too.
Sure. Okay, thank you. All right, any questions from the commissioners to the applicants? Okay, seeing none.
I'm sorry, I just got it off of mute. I'm sorry. So if approved, how soon would you start construction?
This fall.
This fall?
Mm-hmm. So we're about, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd say about 3 months worth of work just to flesh out the design and get it out in the street.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is this mixed income or is it all affordable? What?
This is all what I would term market rate. They are more affordable than single family homes that you might see in an area like Mount Prospect or Beacon Hill, because they are attached. So while not affordable in the sense of, they're still a market rate product, but we believe because it's a townhome, it's more affordable than the alternative, which would be fewer, larger single family homes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak regarding docket items 11.1 and 11.2, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
And I need to tell you guys that this one is a quorum case. I don't have it on the docket.
And who's the quorum?
Baker, Beasley, Crowell, Enders, and Rojas.
Baker, Beasley, Crowell. Oh, so it's basically down to us 4. So Allender's out on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So is anybody from the public available for docket item 11.1 and 2?
No one has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, applicants?
Yep.
Thank you for your survival for the day. And I really have to state that this is not as exciting as maybe the Top Gun movie. You know, I think you'd rather see that than this, but that's your choice. So with that, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and discuss amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
Chairman Crowd, I'd like to motion that we approve docket number 11.1 and 11.2 as listed with conditions.
And then removal of condition 17 out of.
Oh, we did say that, didn't we? I'm sorry. Removal of item 7, condition 17.
Out of 11.2. Okay.
On 11.2.
All right.
Second.
All right. So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 11.1 and 11.2 with removal of condition 17 from 11.2. So Lisa, can you take roll call amongst the 4 of us, please?
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
And Rojas?
Aye.
Okay, looks like the project's been approved through the Planning Commission. Thanks for bringing it in and hanging in there today with us. So, and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so without further ado, we are down to our last case.
Yes,
docket item number 12.
Yes, we are. Docket item number 12 is case number CD-ROW-2021-0003. This is a request to vacate a portion of Northeast 51st Street between North Belmont Avenue and North Beacon Avenue in District R6 to allow for the construction of a new single-family home. Matthew Barnes is our staff planner on this.
If you're speaking, Mr. Barnes, we haven't heard you yet. Commissioner Sadowski, you joining us for this one?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know what changed since last time. So good afternoon. I will share my screen here. We are here as stated for docket item 12, CD ROW 2021-00003, right-of-way vacation at 5101 North Belmont between, this is a vacation of 51st Street between Belmont and Beacon. Here is the site within the Northland. It is just south of Clay Como. You can see here in a zoomed in version, this is between 435 and 35 there. Highlighted in blue is the portion of Northeast 51st Street that is being requested to be vacated. You can see it is currently unimproved. There's no connection within that. Here's a view looking from North Belmont, looking east. This has since been cleared, as seen in the last picture. This is from 2019. And in this view, you can see what the right-of-way looks like facing west from North Beacon Avenue. There is a existing drive, but I believe that is just used primarily by the houses on the right. There are no city utilities located within the right-of-way. The applicant has received approval from the utility companies who do have utilities, which I believe is Spire and AT&T. The width along North Beacon Avenue is 40 feet wide, and along North Belmont, it is 45 feet wide. The applicant did receive the required 75% of adjacent owner consent. And with this right-of-way vacation, as all of them, 50% will go to one property owner and 50% will go to the other property owner, split down the middle. Staff recommends approval with conditions of case number CD-ROW 2021-00003. And we'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to city staff? You might stop sharing. There we go. Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Is the applicant available?
He may need to be promoted. He's in the participants as Greg. Should be joining here.
There you go. So hi, Greg. As you take yourself off and mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Greg Stravino, 10207 Northeast 100th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay.
And I've been to build a few houses along Belmont. And since 5101 is considered a corner lot, I can't get a 40-foot wide house in there. So I'm requesting the vacation so I can put a 40-foot wide house that'll match the other houses on the street. And I've spoke to AT&T and Evergy, and basically, I don't think we're going to have to submit any new utility easements because they're already in place. I just have to work through that with them, and I've been in contact with both of them. We're just trying to get that finalized, but they're both on board with what I'm doing.
Okay.
And it won't affect any other utilities there.
Gotcha. Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? All right. So at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 12, please raise your hand and you will be called upon. So Olafur or Anna, anybody out there?
And there's no raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Greg? On this case?
No, thank you for your consideration. And as soon as this gets through, I'm going to start a house there.
Okay, all right, thank you. So go ahead and close testimony then, and if there's no discussion, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowe, I move to approve docket item number 12 with conditions.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 12 with conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for approval of the project from our end. And so good luck as you move forward. Thank you. Okay, so that takes us through our agenda for the day. Anything else anybody would like to discuss or add before we finally?
Could we find a longer agenda for next time? Really? No, nothing. Thanks for everybody patience today.
Yeah, I know it gets kind of tiring as we go through these cases, but you know, we do have to hang in there and make sure that we hear every case and have a, you know, listen to what they have to say and vote accordingly. So
That's good.
I appreciate everybody's patience and work on this. So good luck, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Great.
Thanks, everyone.
We'll see you.
Everybody take care.
All right.
Bye.